Hello, everybody. So, okay, it is recording. I was worried it wasn't recording for a minute there. Hi, I'm Darth Spanky, and tonight we're going to do another reading from this lovely book, Murmurs in the Dark. Ignore the Voldemort. This time I decided to bring a bookmark instead of using my cell phone to keep my place. I don't know how many people are in the room, but when you guys are ready for me to start, I can go ahead and get started. I already have... I kept our place from last time, because I forgot originally. So how is everyone tonight? I hope you all are well. I had way too much caffeine, so I'm great. Alright, I'll give it maybe a few more seconds, then I'll just go ahead and get started. Okay, that's fine. I'll just read to you two then. So, shout out to my friend Stumpkin Jack. He does a bunch of streaming, and I'd like to see him do more streaming, maybe? He's awesome. He's been my friend for ever. And then I'd like to shout out Kitsune Des. I'd like to shout out everybody. Everybody that's here. Alright, I'm just going to go ahead and get started reading. Whoever joins in can... If they miss the beginning, they can watch the recording of this later. So, the first story is Let's Play Truths. And that's following... I forget what the last story was. I hated everything about this place before I even got here. There was nothing in this world worse than having to pick up and leave everything behind. I can relate to that. Which is exactly what happened to me when I was about 12 years old. I had a small group of friends back in Baltimore, and the idea of having to move to middle school without them was killing me. I was the same kid without my friends. I wasn't the same kid without my friends. My goodness, I'm sorry, guys. I think I had too much caffeine. I wasn't going to have anyone to relate to share things with. I certainly wasn't going to be happy anymore. I could feel my social world, even though I was far too young to really understand it, slipping away from me as my parents drove along the narrow road that split the cornfields of eastern Maryland. Everything from here on out was going to be terrible. Well, that's definitely the perspective of a 12-year-old. No question, he captured that perfectly. My mother believed that it was best that we wait until summer to move, seeing as how it would give me a good transition into a new home. I was wrapping up my elementary school days, and they probably believed that it would be a lesser agony if I started in a new school when I would have been doing so anyway. Just in the suburbs of Baltimore, as opposed to the middle of nowhere that was Redvale. They had my best interests in mind, and now that I am older, I can see that. But it was unclear to me as a child that that was their intention. I thought they were pure, unadulterated evil. Desi, I'm okay dating slowly, but it happens. Oh, okay. I'm glad you're doing well. Don't worry, dear. My mother would constantly tell me, it'll all be just fine. Just give it a chance. I would shake my head at this and never actually give her any response. I would not be fine. I couldn't be. Pouty little 12-year-old. I went to middle school on the first day with the same blue JanSport backpack that I had used the previous year in elementary school. I think everybody had that backpack at one point. It wasn't as fun or exciting as the other kids in my school who had various cartoon characters and superheroes on their bags, but I loved this backpack. It was too big for me, but I could carry everything in it. and bluntly put, it was mine. I didn't have many things that were mine. My mom and I didn't move to the Eastern Shore on a whim. There was work out here, and the housing was relatively cheap if you were in the right town, away from the boating and marinas and the ocean. If you found yourself smack dab in the middle of the Delmarva Peninsula, I'd probably butchered that, just like Redvale, then you would find yourself in a place just right for the price. And my mom did just that when things started going south at her job. Work wasn't easy for her to find anyway in the state. But this was a small sacrifice for the amount that she would get in return. To them, it was more than worth it. However, even with this in mind, and even though she made things work, we were not a family of money. We didn't have things as a family. And I had next to nothing that was mine. But that backpack was mine. Yes, we all had that backpack. Thank you. Thank you, Des. See, you know. I entered my first classroom in middle school, nervous as can be. Oh, so was I. I remember that. I was so scared. I had just moved when I had to go to middle school, too. That was not a fun time. I was not a very happy kid, and I had no friends. The neighbors were very nice, though. Let's see. Nervous as can be, double-checking the homeroom sheet they had given each student just a few days earlier in the mail. That was nice of them. We got our papers same day. Like, here's the paper. Good luck, kids. Have fun out there. The room number was B403, and I must have looked at the tiny plaque on the wall 1,000 times to be absolutely sure this was the right place. It was. B403. The teacher, Miss Smith, generic name, stood behind her desk, smiling, politely ushering students into the room. She appeared to be friendly enough, but there was certainly something fake behind her smile. I believed, and still do now, that every teacher is a nice teacher on the first day. Not true. That is absolutely not true. I had a few that made it very clear that they were not nice. That is how they reel you in. The board behind her read, "Take a seat," which gave us the obligation to find the desk with our name on it, that I assumed we were supposed to put around our necks with the yarn that came attached to it. I put my backpack on my chair and placed the name tag. Place the name tag with Matt S. around over my head. Moving my backpack to the floor, I take a seat and wait for the rest of the class to file in. So you were the first one there. A slew of kids rushed through the door in small groups, separated by gender and obvious athleticism. I was anxious to see who would be sitting in the grouping of desks I belonged to, and hoped that they were kids I could get along with. As I waited, watching the door, I heard a scraping sound from the side of my desk, and a blur crossed my vision. "My backpack!" I said, watching my bag slide across the floor, hooked onto the ankle of one of the larger boys. Without a word, the boy stopped, looked down to see what was slowing his pace, and kicked feverishly to release himself from the grips of my pack, breaking the shoulder strap in the process. "Hey!" I shouted. "That's my backpack! Stop!" I mean, you could say, "Hey, could you please chill the fuck out?" The boy grinned, and I could feel his laughter before it left his mouth. My gut turned to stone as my eyes peered around the room for the teacher to see if she was there to save me. But she must have stepped out into the hallway to corral the other children in. This husky boy was now laughing at me as he kicked my backpack across the room, right up to my feet. I mean, at least he kicked it towards you. He didn't kick it away. "Watch where you put your crap, new kid." Okay, you're all new kids. Who the fuck are you? He said to me as the other children began to laugh along. I watched him put his name tag around his neck. Ben. His name was Ben. I had been in this school for only about 15 minutes, and already Ben was going to make sure that my life for the next 3 years would be miserable. Miss Smith re-entered the room, hushing the crowd of 6th graders, and began introductions. I felt like I was holding back tears for the entire 45 minutes until the bell rang. Back when classes were a lot shorter, I think a lot of the Maryland schools now have really long classes now. I started down the hallway, my now busted backpack slung over one shoulder, looking at my itinerary to see where my next class was going to be. I had only taken a few steps before I felt a strong tug from behind yank my whole body from the pack. I almost fell over completely, but was able to release the strap from my shoulder before I lost my balance. Just trying to even those straps out for you, dweeb. Dweeb, who uses dweeb anymore? Said the voice behind me that I knew was going to be all too familiar before my career at this school was over. I turned to find Ben standing over me. His fat guts stuck out from his slightly small shirt, and I could feel his warm breath stinking around me as he held my backpack over my head. Let's see what little twerp has in his bag. With this, he began to empty the contents of my backpack all over the floor of the hallway as I scrambled to save my books and folders from flying too far away, as if it would save me from even further embarrassment. The others around us in the hallway snickered as they walked by, one even kicking a book of mine. Whether it was on purpose or on accident, I couldn't tell, but my guess was that it was intentional. I was able to collect my materials just as Ben dropped the sack in front of me, still on all fours, just about to come up from my crawl. Come on, I cried out, making the other kids snicker, go to a full-on laugh. I went to stand, but was quickly pushed back onto the tile by Ben. Let me up, Ben, I said, trying to get up as he held his hand on my shoulder, his enormous weight keeping me grounded. With a jerk, he released me, and I flung my body up and down the hallway without turning around. I could hear them all making fun of me as I left. I feel their fingers pointing at me. They may as well have been firing rounds into my back. Luckily, I did not have Ben in any more classes. I ate lunch alone. I stayed away from people the best I could. I hated my new school. I hated this stupid town and everyone in it. Oh, that's so sad. I hate bullies. There's no point. You get nothing from it. When I got home, my mother was in the kitchen, getting started on dinner, pulling the chicken out of the fridge to thaw. She saw my face and could only assume the worst. She offered the obligatory, "How was your day, dear?" But I did not give any reply. Kitsune does. I hate bullies, grumble, grumble. Yeah, everybody hates bullies. Even bullies hate bullies. They really do. Or at least they should. I'm sure there's a few that are completely okay with everything. They have happy lives and they love themselves. They just treat other people terribly because they can. Ugh, it's awful. Not enough nice people in the world. I simply went to my room and took my books out, placing them all on my bed, seeing as how the rest of my furniture hadn't been assembled. Oh, that's always the worst. If you have a really tough day and you move into a new place and you don't even have all of your furniture and everything set up, it doesn't feel safe yet. So you're still just as on edge. I remember that exact feeling. I didn't ever have bullies, but I remember that feeling all too well, especially in middle school. I hate middle school. I think everybody hated middle school. Even the people that enjoyed it hated it. Let's see. I went back downstairs to my mother and asked if I could go for a walk. She looked worried at such a request, but I feel, out of sheer sympathy, she allowed me to go ahead and leave, reminding me to be home by 6 for supper. I nodded and headed out the screen door, jumping off the rickety porch without touching a single step. Des, yep, yeah, you know. You absolutely know. I didn't know where I was heading. Oh, Prometheus! Hey, Prometheus! Another shout out to Prometheus, my new friend that I made this week. He's amazing. Okay, you have fun lurking. Oh, and by the way, for everybody, I did finally put Nightbot on here, and there's 44 hidden commands. About 5 of them are actually the ones that are needed. The rest are all random. Prometheus, oh, thanks for you. Oh, you're so sweet. But yeah, there's a few funny ones on there, and I'm curious to see if you guys can find all 44. So good luck with that. Maybe I'll give a prize. Mr. Mirabile is now following. Oh, thank you. Hello and welcome. Sunny is here. Oh, yes, I do have the commands, so have fun with those. Nightbot might give you some attitude. Just warning, he gets a little self-aware with my commands. There are hints all over my social media as well, so if you take a close look at some of the things I post, you might find something. Anyway, back to the story. Yep, you found one. Oh wait, no, without the S. Try without the S. Fiend. Oh, hello, Josh. Or should I just call you Fiend on here? There you go. You got it. Yes, my Nightbot is rude, Sunny. Very rude. Let's see. Yeah, I lost my place. Okay, I had a few hours before I had to be home, so I figured that, if worse comes to worse, I could always just turn around and retrace my steps if I felt as though I was going to get lost. Okay, I can call you Josh. Alright. I wasn't sure last time, so I just kept calling you Fiend. Plus, it's easier to just read the names, especially when I'm nervous. So, bear with me if I mess up names. It's not on purpose. I love you all. I'm just shy. Okay? I'm shy. Bear with me. Let's see. I wandered out beyond my neighborhood and past one of the giant cornfields that were scattered all over this town until I came to a gravel road that led into a thicket of woods. It's always the woods. We're back in the woods. The dirt of the road had been driven on, but I could tell not by anything recently. The trees around the road seemed to form a tunnel that curved off into the green and brown depths. It was quiet along this path, and even at only 10 years, I enjoyed the solitary sense of peace that came along with this little patch of land. Let's see. Sunny, you're doing stellar job. Oh, and Prometheus, you're doing... Oh, you guys. Oh, you're so nice. You guys are great. Oh, since you guys just showed up here, I'll at least go over the title again for you. There will be a recording of this, so if you missed the beginning and you want to see it again, I will be posting this. It should be up tomorrow. It takes about 12 hours for YouTube to post. Okay, so this story is called Let's Play Truths, and this is just continuing off of where I was last time. So, new story, same part of the book. And my YouTube should be on all my links here. I'll do the command for you guys. Boop. Nope, it didn't do it. Okay. Try again. There we go. But keep asking Nightbot things. He'll give you some answers. Or she. Or it. It. Whatever. No judgments here. I wasn't sure if this place belonged to anyone. if it was on someone's property, or if it was just a forgotten road that led to apparently nowhere. But I continued on until I could hear the trickling of water. I followed the sound until, just through the clearing of trees, I could see a wooden structure connecting two ends of a ravine. It seemed to be some sort of bridge, but unlike anything I had seen before. This thing had a roof over top of it that left an enclosed tunnel of which the wind could make a howling noise out of. Just big enough for a small car to fit through, but not structurally sound enough to hold that much weight from what I could tell. I couldn't imagine anything continuing down this road with this thing standing in its way. I felt, for most, this was the end of the journey, and as I looked up to find the sun, I believed that it should be the end of mine as well. I turned, looking at the ground and slouching, kicking the dirt with each step until I hear the voice of what seemed to be another child. I spin around quickly. Oh, I totally skipped it. Why are you so sad, friend? I spin around quickly to see where the voice had come from, but find nothing around the covered bridge or inside the tree line. I want to run, but I am enveloped with anxiety and fear which holds me in place. It's all right, the voice continues. You don't have to be afraid of me. I'm not afraid of you. Where are you? I shout. Show yourself, right now! I twist my head around frantically, trying to see if anyone was going to appear, but nothing came from the woods. Oh. I don't know, I think I would, unfortunately and probably stupidly, be a little more calm in that situation, but I think that's just, it's hard to take it from a kid's perspective, because I've been through way too much crap that I'm just not surprised anymore. So I can only imagine how this kid is feeling, especially with having a bully. Come here, said the voice, now sounding desperate and lonely. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want a friend, that's all. I'm not going anywhere. Where are you? I'm going to call my big brother down here, and he's going to kick your ass if you don't come out from your hiding spot. I'm serious. I hope this kid didn't call my bluff. I definitely didn't have a big brother, and even if I did, I doubt he would come down and kick some random kid's ass for me. You'd be surprised. Big brothers are awesome. I had a big brother. He was a stepbrother, but I love him. He's awesome. I stared hard towards the woods, or towards the bridge, looking for any type of movement, when finally I was able to see a small patch of brown rise up from the ravine under the bridge. I noticed the brown was this boy's hair, obviously cut by an amateur, maybe his mom or something, which was shortly followed by a bright blue eyes that stuck out like turquoise from the earthly ground that he rose from. Oh, those big blue eyes again, just like the was it a child? It was a child from one of the last stories. Which, to note, the author that wrote this does have big blue eyes, so I think I know where he got the inspiration from. He stopped just as his nose came over the dusty horizon of the ravine. No need for that, the boy said. I swear I'll go get him if you don't come out from under there, or behind there. I'm not playing with you. He's big and, I meant no need for lying, the child replied. You don't have a brother. You don't need to threaten me. I just want to be your friend. Don't you want a friend? I'm not lying, I called back, trying to sound scary as opposed to expressing the embarrassment that ran through me. No, you are. It's okay. Please stop and come here. You don't know me. I took a step back. Just as my foot touched the ground behind me, the kid spoke, still softly. You're going to want to stop walking. I took another step backwards, not breaking my eye contact. Stop walking. Another step. Stop walking! The rise in the boy's voice caused me to shake as I stood, now obeying his word. "Turn around and look down," the boy told me, his face still half covered. "Turn around and look." Reluctantly, I followed his command and jumped backwards towards the covered bridge when my chin hit my chest and I saw what was just a foot or so behind me. There, coiled up with its head up, was a brown viper, its head raised from its body, waiting for me to take another step towards it. The diamond patterns on its back warned me of its poison. Something I learned from my parents in a book they had shared with me about animals growing up. And you are still growing up, okay? "How did you know that was there?" I hollered, trying to keep my vision between the boy and the snake as balanced as possible. 2 seconds on one, 2 seconds on the other. Neither one moving, both equally as horrifying to me in this moment. "I saw it," giggled the child. "Just like you did, eventually. Come here. It is safe here. I just want someone to play with. My name is Andrew. How old are you?" I watched the viper slither off into the woods, now making it safe to keep my focus completely on Andrew. I turn completely on my heel, as fast as I can, to see that he has yet to move from the first spot he had appeared in. I was standing closer to the ravine now, so I could see a bit more of his face. He looked just like a normal boy. As I approached him even more, I realized that he was not only obviously younger than me, but significantly smaller, both in height and weight. If anything I could see about this kid, or rather know about him without even having a conversation with him, it was that he very well might have been the only kid in this town who needed a friend more than I did. I could tell this just from his size alone. "I'm 12, I told him. I'll be 13 soon, too. My name is Matt. Why are you sitting in the ditch?" "It's quiet down here," he replied. "Would you like to join me?" I stood over top him now, looking down into below the covered bridge. Okay, it came out right. I could see that the boy was standing on a few rocks that had been stacked along the wall of the declining earth. He must have placed them there so he could see over the edge. The ground in the ravine was dry and covered with leaves from the early autumn chill, even though it was still September. Putting my chin up as not to show fear, I sat down and slid on my bottom into the crumbled orange and red below. I stood and looked to the boy, who was standing with his hands behind his back. A beaten-up pair of dark overalls shrouded his small form. He had on a white t-shirt under it, and I could guess that this boy did not come from a household of money. He looked me up and down, and I returned the favor. After the inspection, I walked over and sat down next to his pile of rocks. "Why don't you have anyone else out here with you? This seems like an awful far place for someone like you to come out alone." "I could say the same for you," he retorted, his gaze now fixated on his feet in front of him as he sat down beside me. "Where are all of your friends?" "I don't really have any," I told him. "I just moved here not too long ago. My family is still getting used to things. I'm sure I'll have plenty of friends, though, once I get to know people more. I just started the 6th grade, so I have 3 years at this school to get to know people." Heh, good luck. I had like 2 friends in middle school, and within the final few months of the year, I had no friends in middle school. It was very sad. It was a very sad time. I was not a happy kid. Stumpkin can tell you just how unhappy I was when he met me. Let's see. "You're lying again," he told me. "I asked you to please stop lying to me." "I'm not lying," I said, beginning to grow frustrated. "You are," said the boy. now tapping his toes together in his dirty canvas shoes, his heel dug into the dirt. Sunny, I still have 2 friends. Prometheus, I was the same. Not 14. Wow. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. For once, we are not seeing 4s. Oh. Yeah. Middle school was tough. And then you go into high school, and I don't know if it was necessarily the same for everybody, but you go into high school and then just nobody cares anymore. They just all want to be your friend. Let's see, Des. I had friends, but I used to get in a lot of fights because people were assholes. Why would anybody want to fight you, Des? I can't imagine. That's awful. I think I only ever got into one real physical fight, and it was in elementary school. A girl decided that she was mad at me, and she wanted to fight me. I don't know why, but her brother came and told me. He's like, she says you better run. And before I really had the chance to, she came running around the corner of her house towards me. And when she came up to me, I grabbed her arms and I threw her on the ground. And then she ran away. And then she apologized. I was a very strong kid. I used to lift weights for fun. Let's see. Because most of my friends were men and girls were super... Oh. Okay. So it was more of a jealousy thing. Let's see. Yeah, she never tried that again. Let's see. You don't think you're going to make any friends, and it scares you a whole lot. I know the feeling. It's okay. I don't have any friends either. I think that's why we found each other. Yeah. Outcasts like to find each other. That's how I've made most of my friends. Most of them are outcasts or were outcasts. They might not be anymore. No judgment. You're all wonderful people. Shut up, I yelled to the boy. You shut the hell up. You don't know me at all, and I'm leaving. I don't want to be your friend. I would be the only one you have. I told you to shut up. The kid looked up at me, and for the first time since our confrontation, I noticed the scar that ran across his right cheek. I couldn't tell from looking at it what had happened to him, but whatever it was, it definitely looked painful. The scar was around 2.5 inches long, running vertically down his cheek, almost touching the corner of his mouth. I wanted so badly to ask what happened to him, but wasn't about to start another casual conversation with this kid. Instead, I stomped my feet up the side of the ravine and trudged my way back up to the dirt road that led me to the bridge in the first place. Bean cheers. That's right. You know it, Josh. I mean, our friendship started rough, too. I was a little standoffish. I think with some people, I get a little defensive, and I apologize for that. I've been working on that over the course of the years, trying to be a more welcoming, nicer lady. It's been a process. I'm going home, I yelled down to the boy, without turning around to see if he was looking back at me. He didn't reply. I walked through the woods, back out to the main road, and eventually back home, now shaken and quite angry. My mother asked what was wrong, but I didn't bother telling her what had just happened. The boy from the bridge haunted my waking and sleeping. I need to learn to read better. Oh, I love the sunglasses on Squirtle. It's my favorite Squirtle. I thought about him every few minutes and wondered if he was still in the ravine. I knew this was a stupid thought and knew that at some point he had to have gone home, but I think I wanted to believe that he was some sort of troll, living eternally under that bridge, coaxing children in, possibly to eat them or something stupid like that. I thought about him when I was in school, and even asked some of the kids if they had ever seen him around before, drawing nothing but laughs from my fellow classmates. Huh? Yeah. A boy in overalls who sits inside of a ditch is not exactly something people really were familiar with, and certainly was not something that they wanted to chat with me about. I chalked the lack of response up to the idea that maybe this child was homeschooled and not registered in the normal middle school, which would make it even more believable that he didn't have any friends. As this fact loomed over my head, I began to feel sympathy for him. I thought about how hard it was for me to make friends, and he didn't even have the same opportunity that I had if he had to be schooled at home. If he had any brothers or sisters at home, they obviously didn't like playing with him, or he wouldn't have been sitting in the ditch all by himself. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted to go back to the bridge to see if maybe he would be there again. To see if maybe I could give him another chance. Maybe we could even be friends. I knew I could use one. Let's see. How do I say your name? What is it? Wormy Bee? Something like that? Anyway, welcome. Welcome. Oh, I'm having a great night. I hope you're having a great night too. We're reading a story called, I keep forgetting the title. Hold on, let me find it for you. Oh, how much of this did we read? Okay, we read more than I thought. Let's Play the Truce is the title, and this book is Murmurs in the Dark by M.J. Orrs, a good friend of mine. He's very sweet. Oh, Kyle, okay. Well, you keep changing your name on every platform. How am I supposed to keep up with that? Every platform. Call me a goob. How dare you? Okay, I'm gonna get a sip of drink. This time I changed my glass. It's my little pewter cup. Don't laugh at me. Oh, please don't fall over. Oh, it's wobbly. Oh my. Okay, I think we have it. Okay. I decided that day that I would go back out to the ravine and search for the kid. Even if just for a few moments, to see if he was still sitting on his pile of rocks. If not, I could always say that I tried, and I think I could live with that. I would have tried. The best thing I could do. I didn't even make it out the front door of the building when I heard the crashing of a trash can behind me. Oh no. I looked down the hallway to see if there was a teacher around to save me, knowing very well what was going to be coming my way in just a moment. No one. Not an adult in sight. I gulp and move my head over my shoulder, praying silently to myself that it wasn't what I thought it was coming up behind me. "Sup, asshole?" Ben cackled, stomping his gorilla-like feet in my direction. "Where are you going? Back to Mommy?" "Ben, not now," I said. "I really have to get going." I tried walking away, but he caught me by the shoulder before I was able to get out of his reach. Without thinking, I smacked his arm off me, and almost as if by instinct, shoved him as hard as I could in the chest, knocking him down to the ground. I look around once more. Nobody saw it. Teacher or student. Then I realized that no one was there to save me. Again, teacher or student. Ben stood angrily, his nostrils flaring, his fist clenched tight. Without doing the precautious search around the hallway like I did, he reared back his hand and, with one swing, clobbered me in the face, knocking me out for a second or two. Oh, brain damage. When I came to, I could already feel my eyes swelling shut. He had hit his target dead on. Ben stood over me, a smile on his face. "Don't ever think to try that shit again," Understand me, dweeb? Next time, I won't be so gentle. Ben spit on me as he walked off laughing. I stood up, brushed myself off, and took a minute in the boys' room to cry in privacy. Oh, that's so sad. At least you didn't get hit with the trash can. When I finally made it to the dirt road, my eye was completely blackened out. There wasn't any blood, so I was grateful that it didn't make a mess of my clothes. I feel like that would have only upset my mother even more, and I knew she was going to go on a tirade when she saw my face. It was strange only being able to see out of one eye. I felt off balance, and like the world had shifted just a bit. I worried that it was going to still be around for school pictures, which were only a month away. Oh no, you would be mostly fine. You might need a little makeup. I knew that if I had this giant welt in the photograph, my mother would be enraged. I would have to listen to her tell me how I should have been more responsible and how I should have been around a teacher if I was worried about being bullied. What? Seriously? At school? Really? You're gonna blame the victim? Oh my goodness. Well, maybe he's just assuming she would blame the victim. But, don't blame the victim. Don't ever blame the victim. Blame the school for not having anybody watching those halls. It was embarrassing to think that she would probably be up at the school tomorrow to speak with my teachers anyway, but for now, I wanted to put all of that aside and focus on the task at hand. I found myself in front of the bridge again, looking down under the wooden pylons, trying to find the small boy. "Andrew!" I shouted. "Andrew, are you there?" "Yes," I heard from behind me, making me jump. "Welcome back, Matt." I thought about what you said to me. I felt bad and stuff, you know, and I know. Come on. Andrew slid down the hill and found his place on his normal stack of rocks. He looked up at me, then down to the ground beside him, as to gesture me to sit. I slid down with him and got myself comfortable. "Your eye looks like it hurts," Andrew said to me, looking down to his shoes, just as before. "You should have gone home first, you know." "How do you know I didn't?" I replied smugly. "Maybe I did." "And you brought your backpack and didn't bring ice or anything for your swelling?" "I don't think so. You came straight from school, I can tell." "How old are you, Andrew?" "You're too young to be thinking. I'm older than I look," Andrew said, cutting me off. "I'm sorry you were hit. I've been hit before. It's not fun. It looks like it'll heal up, though, in a few weeks." "Is that how you got that, well, your..." Andrew nodded. "Something like that," he told me. "Something like that. So, are we going to be friends now?" "I suppose. Is there anything you like to do?" "There are lots of things I like to do. Would you like to play a game or something?" "What kind of game?" I asked. "We can play truths," he suggested, proudly, finally looking up at me with his shining blue eyes. "Do you like truths?" "I don't think I've ever played before. What is it?" I asked. "It is essentially like Truth or Dare, except it eliminates the dare portion. I think it would be a good way for us to learn a bit more about each other. What do you think?" I didn't quite know how I felt about this boy and his game, but I figured that, at this point, I had nothing left to hide, so what harm would it do, essentially, have a conversation with this kid? "Fine, we can play truths. You first." "Okay," Andrew said. "Who was the kid that did that to your face?" I paused, now looking to my shoes, much like Andrew did before. "His name is Ben, and he's an asshole. He's just some big dumb bully at school." You don't like him, I take it, Andrew asked. That's 2 questions. Is that how the game is played? I responded sharply. No, good catch. I'm sorry. Your turn. Ask me a question. Where do you live? I asked. Andrew thought for a moment about this question, which puzzled me since most kids our age, and even if he was younger, know their address off the top of their head. I suppose I live here, Andrew said. Yeah, here. No, I mean, like, where in Redville do you live? Or Redvale do you live? You don't go to the school, at least I don't think, do you? So I can only assume you are either homeschooled or live far away. You asked another question, Matt. You don't have to answer that one. Just answer the one from before about where you live. Where do you live? Here. I said that already. I live here. Please don't make me say it again. My turn. Have you ever wanted to get back at Ben for treating you so terribly? What kind of question was that? I thought to myself for a moment, trying to let both his answer and his question settle in my brain. But without success, I decided it best just to answer the question and keep the game going. I suppose I would. It would be nice if he got a taste of his own medicine, I guess. You should go home, Andrew said. I think you need to get ice on that eye. I'm sure your mother is going to be worried about you. What about our game? You don't want to finish? Andrew stared at me. No. We will play tomorrow. I don't think I'll be allowed to come here tomorrow after my mother sees. We will play again tomorrow. I promise, Andrew said sternly, even though my voice constantly sounds more gentle than stern. Oh well. Goodbye, Matt. He kept his eyes locked on me, his lips tight. Without arguing, I stood and left, making my way back to my house, where my mother stood outside waiting for me. All right, quick sip. Stay hydrated, everybody. Don't fall. Okay. Just as expected, my mother came up to the school in the morning. Calmed down briefly from the evening before, when she first witnessed my eye, but still in a strong rage. She yelled at the principal, who she demanded to see immediately as she entered the administrative office. When they saw my face, the woman at the front desk could only assume that my mother was there, or what my mother was there for, and did not want to stand between her and the principal. She got the tall, bald man, who then escorted my mother back to his office. I sat next to her in the small, stuffy room lined with diplomas and degrees, as she pointed to my face, then to the school, then to him, all while raising her voice to just the right volume to be intimidating but not belligerent. The principal agreed that this should not have happened, and swore to have my classes changed as soon as I told him who the boy was that hit me. Mr. Plaguesworth? Oh, hey! Mr. Plaguesworth is here. Welcome. We're reading Let's Play Truths. I remembered that time I didn't have to turn the pages. If you want to catch the beginning of this, I will be posting this stream onto YouTube. So I'll be putting that link all over the place, but it'll probably be sometime tomorrow. Let's see. When I told him it was Ben, his face went pale. The principal told us that there was some kind of accident, that Ben would not be in school for some time. When I asked, more out of a response than a well-thought-out question, all the principal would say was that he was walking home later in the evening last night, and that something attacked him. Mr. Plaguesworth Story time while I'm setting up a server makes a great night. Oh, that sounds like a lovely night. I'm so happy to be a part of it. We'll be reading lots of stories. We still have a lot of this book to cover. And then I think I'll probably start looking for some of the classics to read. So that'll be interesting. I do have a copy of Frankenstein, but unfortunately it's a condensed version, which means there's copyright. So I'll have to look into getting the original version of it. Let's see. The school was going to issue a warning to all parents to be sure their kids stay in after dark, and to be cautious with where they go in Redvale until everything was figured out. I asked the principal if Ben would be okay, and he said that Ben is alive, but had suffered some serious injuries. Some that he would never recover from. Oh, wow. They would give him that information right away? When I got up to leave the office, a police officer met me outside the door and asked if he was able to speak to me. The question was directed at my mother, seeing as how he would certainly need her permission first. But he stared right into my eyes as he said it. His eyes read like a book. He thinks I had something to do with Ben's attack. He thinks I did it. Yeah, whatever. Tiny kid like you? Absolutely not. The officer... Hold on, let me get a drink. I'm sorry, I'm stumbling on my words. It happens sometimes. I have to wait for this caffeine to get out of my system so I can actually calm down. The officer sat me down in an old storage room that had been turned into a workroom for some type by adding a small table and 4 chairs to it. I hadn't seen this room before, and if it wasn't for this specific moment, probably would have gone my entire middle school career without even knowing it was there. My mother sat down in the chair beside me, but the glare from the officer hinted to her that maybe it was best if she weren't there. Okay, that means she definitely needs to be there. If there's a glare like that, don't ever leave your kids in an interview room alone. Don't do it. Don't do it. She gave me a comforting pat on the shoulder and stepped outside. Why would you do that? Outside the door, shutting it behind her to leave me alone with the cop. Never do that. Don't ever do that. I'm taking another sip. Don't ever do that. That's just bad parent. Don't do that. What's going on, son? He asked me in almost a whisper. I don't know, I replied. And I don't know what happened to Ben either. I really don't. Can you tell me about you boys? Oh, there's a typo. Okay. Can you tell me about you boys' relationship? No, okay, no, it's right. It's not a typo. I know you two weren't exactly friends. Did he ever hurt you? I was stunned at the situation. I could feel my palms begin to sweat, and I couldn't seem to keep my legs still. I bounced uncontrollably under the table. Hurt me how? I asked the officer, now holding a pen and paper, ready to write down my response. He was kind of a bully, but I'm telling you that I had nothing to do with anything. I really didn't, I swear. Calm down, son, the officer said, peering at me over his clipboard. Please don't make me say it again. Now tell me, where were you yesterday after school between 3:30 and 7 p.m.? I was with Andrew. Oh, someone's calling me. I'm sorry. Let me just shut that off. Okay, I'm gonna yell at him later. I won't actually yell. I'm too nice for that. Let's see. Is Andrew another student here at the school? No. Relative? No. How do you know Andrew? I met him at the bridge. The officer laid down his pen and clipboard and put both hands firmly on the table, his eyes piercing through me, like I had said something wrong. He stood up, letting his legs push the chair out from under him, and raised his voice, but restrained from yelling. "If you don't want to start cooperating, son, we can take this to the station. And I don't think your mama is going to be too happy if we all have to go down to the station with you in handcuffs. Is that how you want this to play out?" I shook my head. "No, sir." The officer sat back down, scooting the chair up to the table with a loud scrape across the floor. He picked up his utensils again and nodded at me, after releasing me from his stare. "Okay. No, this is a child. This is a child. And his mom's not in the room, because she left, because she's a bad mom." I was walking through the woods after school when I had a really bad day. I was by this bridge, and there was a boy named Andrew. We talked, and I've seen him a few times now. He's short, looks younger than I am, but says he is older. Has brown hair and really blue eyes. Like the bluest of eyes. I don't know his last name or where he lives. We only meet at the bridge. I've never been to his house or nothing like that. I swear it. Yesterday, when we were talking, he asked about Ben and about my black eye. I left Andrew before 7, so maybe he did something to him. You're gonna sell your friend out just like that? Oh, come on, kid. Not cool. Does Andrew know about Ben? What did the kid just tell you? Cops do not listen. Or at least this cop does not. I'm sure some do. Have they ever met before? No, never, sir, I said back quietly. They haven't. Tell me exactly where this bridge is. We will go look into it later. Until then, I need you to stay away from Andrew and not go out exploring anymore. Not until this is figured out. Understood? Yes, sir, I said, nodding. Can I ask one question, please? Go ahead, the officer said, sitting back in his chair. What exactly happened to Ben? The cop sat forward, putting his elbows on the table. You genuinely don't know? No, sir. He was beaten, attacked. Somebody messed him up real bad. And whoever did it, whether it be you or Andrew or whoever, they're going to serve their time. Again, this is a child. This boy is barely holding on. He will never be the same, ever. And I will personally see to it that justice is served here. Am I clear, son? Yes, sir. You monster. The officer went to the door and let my mother into the room. Again, she should have been in the room the whole time. She looked to me with so many unspoken questions, of which I certainly had no answer to. The policeman explained to her that I needed to stay home, and she agreed with him on that point. He repeated himself to be absolutely sure she understood that I was to go nowhere but school, and she, again, tilted her head in agreement while gazing at me with the saddest of eyes. I stood from my chair, and my mother took me home. I wasn't staying in school that day. I think we all thought it would be for the better. Yeah, probably. You might as well just switch schools at that point. Just start all over. That's an absolute mess. I sat in my room, flipping through one of my old comic books, trying to forget the conversation that had happened only an hour prior. I wanted to forget about the officer. I wanted to forget about Ben. I wanted to forget the terrible look my mother gave me that showed me so much regret that I couldn't begin to understand. Most of all, I wanted to forget about Andrew. I wanted him to no longer exist, to be woken up from the stream and be back in the woods. I wanted to believe that the viper had bitten me, and that this was nothing more than some messed up fever dream. I knew it wouldn't happen, though. I knew I was only making things worse by lying to myself. I don't know if you guys can hear the noises upstairs, but I apologize ahead of time. My partner is home, so I think he's making food or something. So, sorry if you hear clanking. My concentration was broken by a tapping on the window. When I turned my head to see what the source of the noise was, my throat plunged into my stomach as if I had swallowed a stone. Andrew was standing by my window, staring at me, not blinking, with those giant blue eyes. As I watched, he slowly knocked again, maintaining eye contact. I shut the door to my bedroom and opened the window enough to put my head out. Sonny, no, you're good. That's not coming through. Okay, good. I'm glad. I wasn't sure. The insulation in this house isn't great, so you can usually hear everything all over. It's a loud place to be. What the hell did you do? I said to him aggressively, but hushed enough that my mother wouldn't be able to hear. What did you do to Ben? We never finished our game, remember? He replied. Truths. We never finished. I wanted to finish. I don't care about your dumb game anymore. The police are pinning me on something I think you did. What did you do? Why? I'll go first, Andrew said calmly. Did you tell them about me? Of course he did. He's a dumb kid. What? I sputtered. What are you talking about? Did you tell the policeman about me, Matt? It's my question. For truths. I had to. What else? Oh, typo. What else was I going to do? The I is not in there. Let them take me to the station? Or even to juvie or something? I don't want that. I didn't do this. My voice was getting slightly louder as I tried to keep myself in check, as to remain secretive about my guest in the window. They aren't going to find me, Matt. That was silly of you to talk about me to them. I can tell you don't like them. You don't like them any more than you liked Ben. I need to go. If they see me talking to you, they won't. Don't worry. Your turn. Ask a question. I thought for a moment before blurting out the only question I actually wanted an answer to. What are you, Andrew? Honestly. Andrew's lips curved up a little when he heard my question. Silly Matt. I'm your friend. His focus swiftly moved over my shoulder after the words left his mouth. Close your window. Your mother is coming. I turned to look towards the door. When my face goes back to the window, Andrew is gone. I shut the window and latch it just as my mother opens the door to my room. You okay, sweetie? She asked me. Do you want to talk about anything? I'm okay, Mom, thanks. She smiled. Don't worry. We are going to figure this all out, okay? She went to shut the door, but my voice stopped her from doing so. Mom? I asked. You believe me, right? She paused. Sure, honey. That's a lie. She closed my door and left me in silence. I knew she was lying. I heard the wind blowing strong outside of my window and could see the trees from the woods off in the distance swaying. I needed to talk to Andrew and figure this all out. I needed them all to know that it wasn't me. Andrew did this. There's a typo. Okay. It says I had my mother, but it's I heard. I heard my mother gasp from the other room before the footsteps, heavy and fast, came towards my room. My door swung open with a force that almost pulled my mother to her knees as she came into my bedroom. I looked at her wildly with confusion. Making sure Please don't stick. Sorry, she said, trying to catch her breath. Matthew, you need to see the television right now. She led me into the living room, where I could see the glow from the TV in the dark. On the screen, I saw an image of a man in uniform, with an American flag behind his head. There was an announcer articulating his words with a sort of staccato, but I didn't have to listen to know what had happened. The banner above the picture told me everything I needed to hear. It was the officer who questioned me earlier that day. The banner above said his name and a declaration that he was now dead. Do they announce that on the news all the time? Well, I guess if there was an event. If it was a violent death, maybe. Don't fall. If I thought the kids at school hated me before, I was quickly shown that it could be much worse. I was a plague. Everyone who knew my name, and even those who didn't, knew that I was a cursed young man, or possibly a murderer, or both. They knew that if I didn't like them, or if I had any fraction of a reason, that they would end up injured, attacked, or dead. I had no idea what to do as I watched the crowd of kids part and push themselves against the lockers as I passed. They were horrified. The teachers felt the same way and refused to call on me, staying far away from my desk. I was not called into the office. I was not questioned by any police. I was ignored. And to be completely honest, I didn't mind it too much. Actually, that sounds kind of nice. They never found who killed that police officer. They never found who attacked Ben. They couldn't prove that it was me, and for quite some time, they all left me alone. But it wasn't just the people at school. It was everyone. Every person I came in contact with in this small, chatty town who knew who I was and knew that they believed I had done. My name was synonymous with death, and before I even made it to high school, people were horrified of me. Even my own mother. I think that is what bothers me the most. My mother didn't want to hang out with me or discipline me or even speak to me unless she had to. I knew she thought the same thing as everyone else in this town. She thought there was something wrong with me, that I was sick, or an omen, or something. I tried to explain that it wasn't me, that it was Andrew, but she didn't believe me. I even offered to take her to the bridge, but she refused. She didn't want to go anywhere with me, and though she didn't admit it, I could tell it was because she honestly had convinced herself that I was this monster that the community had made me out to be. It all needed to stop. It needed to be brought to an end now. I threw on my jacket and headed out towards the bridge yet again. Andrew sat on the edge of the covered bridge, his back turned towards me, staring into the darkened tunnel. I stood directly behind him and waited for him to realize that I was there. Without turning, he spoke. "Good evening, Matt," he said. "Have the police talked to you any more?" "You know they haven't, Andrew." "Good. That's very good," he replied. "Your turn. Ask," I said sternly. "Truths. It's your turn." "I suppose it is," Andrew said, spinning slowly on his heel in a manner that made it seem almost as if he was levitating. Andrew's face appeared to be more pale, which only made the scar on his face protrude and flush with a light pink. "Are you enjoying your peace?" "No," I said back. "I'm not. People hate me. They're terrified of me and don't want anything to do with me." "That's a shame," Andrew said, his blue eyes meeting mine. My turn, I said. Did you hurt Ben or the officer who questioned me? Was that you? You have to tell the truth. It's the rules. I thought they were people you didn't like, Matt. I thought you would be happy that they were gone. No, I yelled. No, no, no. This isn't what I wanted at all. I can't even speak to my own mother. I'm sorry to hear that your mother is weighing on your mind. Oh, no. Oh, no, you should... No, don't. Why did you tell him that? Oh, you dumb, dumb kid. I took pause for a second when I realized what I had just done. I should never have said her name. I should never have mentioned her at all. You stay away from her, Andrew. Stay away from her, or I swear to God, I will finish you. What is this, Mortal Kombat? I mean, I guess they are kids. Matt, you wouldn't do that. I'm your friend. Your only friend. His smile crept up his face, stretching far beyond what normal lips could reach. I could hear his skin splitting in his mouth, and he let out a childish laugh. I'm your only friend, Matt. Your only friend. And I'll do what I want. I could feel my heart racing in my chest, fueled by the nightmarish appearance of Andrew, his mouth now the entire length of his face, his eyes rotting, yellow, and green teeth being licked by a blood-covered tongue. I stepped backwards, then broke out into a run down the dirt path. Andrew cackling in the... What? That's a typo. Andrew cackling in the behind me. I think in the woods behind me, or forest behind me, or just behind me. When I made it to the house, I screamed for my mother as loud as I could. I checked every room in the house looking for her, wanting her to be okay. She wasn't in the house. I look out the window to see an empty driveway, meaning my mother was out. In a rage, I ran out the front door and down the street, hoping to somehow, just maybe, find her coming home. I stopped at the end of the block and began to cry. She didn't come home that night. In the morning, I didn't know what to do. I wanted to call the police, but I knew that they wouldn't believe me. I couldn't tell them this horrifying, childlike creature was attacking people and had my mother. I couldn't tell them anything that they would even humor. I skipped school and waited, praying to God and the universe and everything in between that my mother would come home through that door. By noon, I gave up waiting. I went into my mother's bedroom and, opening her bedside table drawer, wrapped my fingers around her 6-shot revolver. I had never held her gun, or any gun for that matter. I didn't even know if it was loaded. I put it in my pocket, the metal bulging the denim of my jeans, and the wooden handle sticking out at my hip. I made sure my shirt covered the whole weapon, and decided to have one last talk with Andrew. Quick sip. Oh, now I need to refill it. Andrew was sitting on the dirt road, facing inwards, towards the tunnel, right where he was standing the last time I came. I didn't say anything to him, and he didn't turn. I stood behind him for what felt like an hour, but I knew it was no more than just a few seconds. Andrew didn't move. I pulled the gun from my pocket and held it as close to the back of Andrew's head as I could without touching it, and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. Andrew didn't turn around. I pulled again. Click. Nothing. I could not get my hand to stop shaking. The revolver quaked in my hand, bouncing only an inch from Andrew's hair. I pulled the trigger one more time, this time with success. The shot was loud, and smoke blew out of the barrel. I felt the weapon leave my hand as it kicked, and when the smoke cleared, Andrew lay on his side, blood pouring from the back of his head, which was now a mess of bone, skin, and pink, leaking substances. Ew. I picked up the gun again and put it back in my pocket. I stared over Andrew's body, waiting for something, anything, to happen. And it did. Andrew's leg twitched within a moment of his lying there. Then his arm. In about a minute's time, Andrew pushed his body back into a sitting position. I stood, frozen in fear, trying to tell my brain to reach into my pocket and to take another shot. Andrew stood to his feet, still looking down the road and into the canopy of the bridge. His hand reached behind what was left of his head, and his fingers explored the gaping hole I had put in it. He took a step and shifted his body to face me. His face was pure white, not even affected by the bullet. His scar was almost red at this point. He brought his hand back down, shining in crimson, as he wiggled those short, childish fingers in front of his face. "Another scar, I suppose," he said. "Another scar from another friend. Such a shame." "I'm not your friend," I screamed at him. "I'll never be your friend. Leave me alone." "I know you're not my friend. Not anymore. And that's okay, Matt. It really is." I stood, confused. I watched his hands slide into his pockets, and a grin draw upon Andrew's face. "I found a new friend now," he said. "I found a brand new friend to play with. So I don't need to play with you anymore." "Someone new?" I questioned. "What do you mean?" "I found a new friend. He really needed someone to talk to. We've played truths, and you'll never believe what he told me, Matt." "What did he tell you?" I asked, my voice trembling. "He told me that he doesn't like you." And that's the end of Let's Play Truths. Okay. I'm gonna refill my drink real quick. Where's my... There it is. Okay. I don't have to leave. I have my drink here. I just have to do it off camera. I hope it doesn't spill. Please don't spill. Okay. Alright, next story. How did I get liquid on that? Okay, it's fine. Alright, the next story is called Showtime. I can't remember if I've read this one or not. I might have read it during my Forbidden website stream, but I don't quite remember. That one didn't get recorded, so whoever saw it, and that's the only people that'll ever see it. And it's okay. It was on my phone anyway, and the connection was terrible. It was an absolute nightmare. I'm okay with that not being out there in the world. Alright, so Showtime. When I die, I think they will bury me in a wooden box with a glass screen. Yes, I have read this. Okay. It will have turning knobs and play music as you watch my body toss in my slumber. A small light will come from the transparent sheet, and people will cheer or cry, or whatever they choose, while watching me die just as I lived. The man who attached himself forever to a television screen. I say this in all jest, of course. I don't truly believe that I will make anyone go through the hassle of putting me in the ground while looking in at me from above. That seems wrong. And expensive. And not very kosher if I say so myself. But I will admit to the fact that if it were anyone in the world to be buried in such a way, it would be me. the world's biggest fan of the wonderful world of television. I think it all started when I was about 3 or 4 years old. I don't remember too much of it, as you could probably assume. That is a rather young age for one to recall finite details and whatnot. I do remember my mother consistently yelling at me to get away from the TV, and that it was going to eventually ruin my brain if I sat in front of it for too long. So there's that number 4 again. 3 or 4 years old. Yeah. But again, I can remember details from when I was 4. But I think if anybody had an awesome birthday party like that, they would remember. Silly old wives' tale. I never took the advice and could have only been more into the channels if I had my forehead pressed against the glass, which I obviously didn't do. It's not obvious. I knew every program that would come on every day, and I knew exactly what time it would be on, and what was going to happen in the next episode. Wow. I bet this person's very lonely. I understood the basic algorithms to writing the shows and knew how the directors and producers created such wonderful stories. My parents grew to accept my addiction and allowed me to watch the TV as much as I wanted to, as long as I helped them remember to tune into their favorite shows or fill them in on anything they would miss if they had to be at work or were out or whatever they did when they weren't in the living room with me. They finally came out with the VCR. I think that may have been the most money I had ever spent up to that point. I saved every penny I had earned from random odd jobs and allowances, and within a few months of its release, I had one attached to the television in our home. It changed the game for me. I could now watch everything I wanted to, and pick out what I watched by hand. Box sets and box sets of tapes, all waiting to be watched by none other than me. I would check out all of the movies that I could, and I would spend even more hours in front of the screen now that I controlled what it played. Oof. I can only imagine what a person like this would be doing nowadays with all of the options. There's so many options now. When my parents both finally passed away, I stayed in the home they had raised me in. I didn't have many bills to cover, so I only had to work part-time, which was at the local video store, of course, to keep my relatively happy lifestyle. I was alone, but I was happy. I didn't need anyone else if I had my television. I was happy. I was fine. I sat in my chair, the big brown one that used to be my father's. My elbows fell perfectly into the grooves on the armrest that I had put there like diamonds. It's weird. Built with pressure and time. I smiled as I turned on the box for the first time that morning. It was Sunday, which meant I had no commitments whatsoever. My parents would have flipped if they had known that I stopped going to church after their passing, but I couldn't help it. I got nothing from the services and did nothing but take up space. Did nothing but take up space in a Bible. The knock on the door came suddenly, which I responded to with a loud grunt, hoping that the person, whoever they were, didn't hear me. If they thought no one was home, then maybe they would just leave. The lights were off in the house, and I had muted the television right after the knock. Caterpillar Connie. BRB checking the mail. Oh, okay. Actually, speaking of this part in the book, we don't answer the door at my house. Unless I've ordered a pizza or some kind of food or something, I do not answer the door. Well, okay, if a guest is coming, if I know someone's coming over, I'll answer the door, but otherwise, Nope. If I don't have to answer the door, I don't answer the door. We hide. Must hide. Let's see. If I sat here and didn't move, they would never know. Yep, sounds exactly like me. Not to mention, I wasn't expecting anyone. And, bluntly, I find it pretty rude for someone to show up at my front door unannounced. Yeah, see? I have a phone. They could have at least called first. Caterpillar County. I hate answering the door. We have... Oh, you have door-to-door salesmen? That's still a thing? They exist? Still? Oh, that's weird. Yes. And they suck. Yes, they do. I thought we were past that as a society, but apparently they're still out there. Those monsters invading homes. Oof. I hope you don't let them in the house. I know you don't let them in the house. That's not even a question. I'll just start coughing next time. Yeah, okay, that'll do it. Without a mask. Perfect. That'll do it. That'll definitely get them to run away. Let's see. It was most likely some salesperson. Oh, speaking of. Or one of those holy rollers or something. I didn't want more insurance, and I didn't have a minute to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I wanted to get back to my viewing. There was silence. I waited to see if there would be any more signs of someone at the door, but nothing came. I sighed and turned the volume back up with the remote, which stayed lodged between my wrist and the arm of the chair. Again came the knocking, but louder now. Again, I muted the television and waited. I shook my head, trying to keep myself from growing angry with this person. I tried to remember that they were most likely just doing their job. Everybody needs a paycheck. The silence returned. And I made sure to give it an extra minute or so, just in case, before I pushed the button on the clicker. Clicker. I call it a remote. As soon as the squishy plastic button was shoved down by my thumb, the visitor slammed on the door with what sounded more like a foot than a knocking fist. It scared the devil out of me. I jumped out of my chair, now cursing at the top of my lungs. Sonny, I call it a clicker. You call it a clicker? Huh. You're the only person I know that calls it a clicker, unless there's other people that call it a clicker and I just never heard you say it. I just call everything remotes. Everything's a remote. It's all a remote. Except for console controllers. Those are controllers. I fucking swear, man, if you break my door, I'll have my foot so far up your ass that you'll be able to taste my toenails. Ew. I swung open the door to find nothing. Stumpkin Jack is back. Oh, welcome back. And Sonny, I think it's a Dutch thing. Okay, that makes sense. Let's see. You know what? Before I do this next paragraph, it's time for a sip. I assure you, it's still the same blue liquid that I was drinking last time. It's just a different cup. I peeked my head out. Ooh. Okay, weird sentence. I peeked my head around into the front yard, waiting to see some kid running around the corner. Oh, Stumpkin. I'm drinking a blue liquid too, but it's Gatorade. Mine is... I don't know if I'm allowed to say brands. This isn't sponsored. It's other brand that competes with Gatorade. That brand. I don't think it matters. Okay, it's Powerade. Because they do... Well, they did the sugar-free first. I think Gatorade started doing a sugar-free version. But, you know, I was already sold on the other thing that is a little bit cheaper. So we drink that. Okay. It doesn't matter now. Okay, thank you. Thank you, too. I'll keep that in mind. I'm trying to hide everything off to the side as to not show anything on screen, but okay, it doesn't matter. Good to know. As I surveyed the grounds from my door frame, I became eerily spooked at the lack of human presence on my stoop. There wasn't a person in sight, not even across the street or outside any other houses. This person, this phantom of a salesman or kid or whatever they were, just disappeared. I took one small step out to lean my head further, hoping to expand my view when I felt my foot hit something on the ground in front of me. A box. A package. On Sunday? Yes, that happens now, actually, so I don't know how old this book is. On the stoop was a small cardboard cube with no name or address written on it. I nudged it again with my foot, hoping to gauge the weight of the thing. As it moved with the pressure of my socked toes, it wasn't very heavy. Giving one more last look, hoping this wasn't some trick or that someone would come to rob me as I bent down to pick up the box, which I had heard was becoming a new trend with crooks, according to Channel 5 News. I hurriedly snatched the package and stood back up fast enough to give myself a case of the spins. Shaking it off, I stepped back into the house and placed the cardboard onto the loose, shaky coffee table in front of my viewing throne. Oh, I like that. My viewing throne. That sounds so fancy, but I bet it sounds like it's an old, worn-out chair. It's okay. I'm sitting in a nice throne-like chair right now. It's actually very comfy and has cup holders. It's so fancy. Let's see. What the hell are you? I asked the box, as if it would be able to respond. I didn't order anything. I don't think I did, at least. I tried to peel the tape off with my nubby, chewed-down fingernails. It took a few minutes to get the corner pulled back, but when I attempted to rip off the adhesive mess, it tore up towards the side. Gross. Forcing me to get up again and retrieve a butter knife from the kitchen. A butter knife? A butter knife? You don't get a butter knife for that. You use a sharp knife or scissors or, anything that's blade, like a letter opener, something. I try to keep a blade in every room of the house. Even this room has a machete in it and an axe by the stairs. Yeah, fun fact. Blades in every room. We are never without blades. Ever. Cheap-ass packing tape. I slid the dull blade under the flap of the box and drew it forward, finally freeing the lid, allowing me to see the contents inside. Once I got through the crumpled-up newspaper, which I lazily threw onto the ground beside me, I saw that there was a neatly folded T-shirt inside, with some bright green lettering on it. Must be some promotional bullshit. Damn it. All this effort wasted for some gimmick for a company I'm sure I've never heard of. I pulled the shirt out and tossed it over my shoulder, revealing the postcard that lay underneath. The colors on it screamed at me in voices of neon pink, green, and yellow. How obnoxious. Yeah, but I bet it's something that fits the times that the story takes place in. If the VCR just came out, definitely. Pinching it to pick it up, I lifted the card into the light of my table lamp that sat next to my chair. Dedicated viewer! Congratulations on being selected for the chance of a lifetime. You are cordially invited to participate in our live television event of the century, Monday, May 9th, 2016. Oh, okay. I get it. This is 2 separate time periods. 9:30 a.m. Please wear the enclosed shirt upon arrival. Okay, so maybe this box is like a little ticket from the past. I don't know. Was this some kind of joke? The television event of the century? This made it sound even more like a gimmick. Not to mention, the 9th was tomorrow. Oh, I should have timed this better. It's, what, May 18th now? Yeah. We're 9 days off. Sorry, guys. I botched that one. I chuckled, grabbing the shirt from my shoulder and holding it out in front of me. Lucky contestant number 5. Oh, if only it was number 4. We would have another one. The green lettering on the black shirt made my eyes hurt. Whoever designed this shirt did an absolutely horrible job, I thought. Well, can you do better? Not to mention, this would look horrible on the small screen, even with the nicest of televisions, high definition or not. But how much fun would it be to be on TV? The idea sat on my brain well after I folded the shirt up and put it back in the container. How funny would it be for someone like me, someone my size, to be competing in some event, assuming it was a physical challenge? The years had not been too kind to me, and my viewing doesn't exactly burn calories to the extent that I would like it to. My double X large frame most likely would not fit into any of the one-size-fits-all assumptions that the studio had probably sent as a shirt. Even if I wanted to go, I wouldn't even want to think about squeezing into the medium husky default size that was lying in the box. That would be embarrassing, to say the least. My curiosity did get the best of me, though. I opened the flaps once more to see the shirt sitting, folded as I left it. Observing the tag, I saw the letters read on it, XXL. Caterpillar Connie's back. Welcome back! This guy was just complaining about finding a shirt in a box that mysteriously showed up on his porch. And, now it's magically in his size of XXL. How interesting. They knew my size? No, lucky guess. It had to be. I grabbed my laptop from the table and turned it, telling myself I wasn't going to look up more information about the mystery package, but knew deep down that it was all I wanted to research. I don't often use the computer, and admittedly, am pretty poor at understanding it. Yeah. But the internet came with the cable package, and it would be a shameful waste not to put it to use every now and then. You are missing so much. For somebody who loves watching TV and stuff, how are you not on the internet, watching everything constantly? I fumbled around the keys, trying to remember my password, typing in every variation of what I believed was correct until the jingle played and my home screen popped up. I surfed the web for a moment before finally making attempts to find any information about the event. Oh, that didn't take long. Nothing. Take a sip. Excuse me. Nope, don't fall. Don't spill. Okay. I was hitting nothing but dead ends. I searched forums of other people talking about contests, and maybe it was my lack of ability to use the internet properly, but I couldn't find a single thing about people getting random boxes in the mail or spontaneous invitations to television shows. I decided to look up the studio, which had been a real studio back 20 some odd years ago, apparently, but nothing relevant had been posted about it for quite some time. If I had to guess, I would have thought that it would have been renovated into something else by now. Regardless, giving in to my temptations, I pulled the address of the studio, just in case I decided to swing by sometime, just to see if this place was a real studio or not. It was about an hour's drive from my house, so I didn't know when I would exactly be in the area to give it a peek, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to have it tucked away. I wrote the numbers onto a piece of scrap paper and placed it on top of the shirt before closing the box and returning to my viewing. Yeah, he's going to that address, no question there. I woke up the next morning to the sound of my alarm screeching in my ear. I rolled over on my lumpy mattress, kicking the blankets away, as I could use my hands to support my body. I had fallen off the bed before and ever since had always habitually been frightened of it happening again. I shoved myself up and slid my feet into the matted slippers that waited for me off the bedside. I shuffled into the kitchen, poured a large bowl of cereal with no milk, and then sat on my chair, letting my body fall quietly into the grooves. There, in front of me, was the package, taunting me to open it up for one more look. I glanced at the clock on the wall, showing me that it was only 7:25 in the morning. If I wanted to go, I could still make it. Stumpkin, love me a good old lumpy mattress. Ugh. I don't. I need super soft mattresses because my poor back, it's so angry. Actually, speaking of my back, I decided to wear my corset tonight so that I don't have to deal with as much pain. So I'm good to go for as long as you guys want me to read. Because I thought ahead this time. Don't be stupid, I said out loud to myself. I grabbed the remote. Oh, now it's a remote. It's not a clicker. Now it's a remote. I grabbed the remote, but couldn't help but to glance at the cardboard. What would it hurt to drive up there? It isn't like I had other plans for the day, really. I didn't have to work at the video store until tomorrow. I would miss Family Feud, which would be a shame, but I would be home in time to catch the rerun, I'm sure. Oh, Stumpkin's lurking. I'm about to stream myself, so I'm going to lurk. Have a good stream. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming by. I hope you have a good stream. Let's see, Mr. Plaguesworth and Beck. Kiddo had to say good night to the monsters outside. So that's cool. Oh, nice. Okay, well, welcome back. Fine, I said, letting the box know it had won. Just a look, then right back home. I grabbed the shirt, threw it on, put on some jeans that lay over the footboard of my bed, slid my feet back into my house slippers. You're gonna wear your slippers out? And made my way out the door. This guy is wearing his slippers out into public. Well, all right. I mean, to each their own. I mean, they're nice and comfy, but they're not going to give you any arch support. It was hot out. Even with the car windows rolled down in my beat-up old Chevy sedan my parents had left behind, I could feel the heat. It was at least 80 degrees, which most folks would have enjoyed, I'm sure. But when you live in the luxury of permanently 65-degree house, you tend to notice these changes. I didn't like it one bit. Oh, too bad you don't have AC in your car. I sped through the traffic, which seemed light for this time of day. I had no complaints about it, though, seeing as how it meant I would be getting back home all the sooner. I finally turned into the winding road that led back to the location of the studio, surprised that there was no gate or anything to keep regular pedestrians, the viewing peasants like myself, off the property. The building looked to be in better condition than I expected. A lot of the time when a building was abandoned, which this place definitely was by the lack of cars and simple old look it had going for it, you would see kids throwing rocks at windows or people leaving trash all over the place. This building, though, certainly not in use, was still pretty clean. At least the outside was. I stepped out of my car and walked up to the door, noticing a piece of paper taped to the red painted steel. Contestant entrance. Well, no shit, I said, cracking a slight smile. I guess this really is a thing. I yanked the handle, pulling the heavy door, which creaked on its hinges as it parted from the frame. The moaning of metal on metal echoed through the trees that surrounded the building. No light came from the inside. However, a smell of musk and age sure did. I shuffled my way into the building, still holding the door with the back of my heel. Let's see. Oh, Desi's lurking. Now that's one of the commands. There's still more. You've got like 40 more to figure out. Good luck. Where is it? 43. I think you guys have done like 2 commands. So you have like 42 commands to figure out. Hello, I hollered in. Am I in the right place? I have an invitation. It wasn't until I said it out loud that I realized how stupid I sounded. I have an invitation. This whole damn thing was a hoax, and I fell for it. I bet there was a camera hanging around here somewhere, and they now have the image of pudgy me wearing a dumb t-shirt, thinking I was about to get my big break. Way to go, assholes. Y'all got me, whoever you are. I turn to leave when I hear feet moving from inside. Hello? I said again, this time with a tinge of fear. Anyone there? Nobody replied, but the sound of footsteps continued. I leaned in to listen, letting my foot slip from the front of the steel door, allowing it to slam shut. That was not a good idea. I jumped at the noise and stood in the dark for a second, awaiting an angry cursing from a janitor or possibly a homeless man, whoever was supplying the steps. Still nothing came. I stood, lowering the volume of my breathing, too frightened to move. I don't know why I couldn't turn and walk out the door and back into the light of the outside world, but I just couldn't. My feet were stuck to the hard concrete. A light turned on down the hallway, and I heard music. Cheery, dance-like game show music. The kind you hear during the opening credits of a daytime program. With the light, I could see that the room I was standing in was large and empty. It must have been one of the backstage entrances, I thought. So strange. I made my way towards the light with caution in every step. The music grew louder as I approached, bouncing off the walls and right into my face. As I inched my way through what turned out to be the side entrance of this studio, I saw the empty chairs where you would expect there to be a live audience. With the music blaring, it made everything seem even more off-putting than it already was. Fuck this. I'm out. Thank you. Okay, this guy finally makes sense. I started back towards the door when I heard a voice call out to me. Lucky contestant number 5, it shouted. You've made it. Come on down." I turned around to see the edge of the stage and the seats still, but no one within eyeshot. Whoever this was must be upstage of my view. I peeked around to view the whole stage, only to find it empty. "Up here, son," the voice said again. Among the rows of chairs sat a thin man, pale and dreary-looking. He had on a green suit that was very obviously too large for his lanky frame. His brown hair was combed over neatly to the side. When I was 7, I remember my mother making me go visit my Aunt Lucy. This was her sister, who she was rather close with, but lived a few states over. So we only saw her on occasion. That year, Aunt Lacey, not Lucy, Aunt Lacey died from stomach cancer. The disease ate away all of the weight she had gained in her youth and left her as skin and bones. It made my mother so upset to see her like this. This man looked like Aunt Lacey before she died of cancer. Not the best image to see in what was previously believed to be an abandoned building, if I say so myself. "Who are you?" I asked as the music lowered. "What is this?" "Why, it's a game show, silly," the man replied. "You, being a man of such broad knowledge of television, should know that much, right? Tisk, tisk, tisk. You won't do well in the game if that's the level you'll be playing on." "What game is this?" I asked him. "I've never seen this set before. I've never seen any show like this. I've seen everything local around here. I would recognize this set if it were ever on the air." "We have a very small viewing population." "Red room?" "Red room. This might be a red room." "Oh no," the man said, never dropping his cheesy, too big for his face smile. His teeth were perfect, huge and shiny white. "I'm sorry. I think this is a mistake." I turned around on my heel to make a run for the door, but am stopped by another man, who I know was not there when I walked onto the stage. This man was huge, larger than most bouncers I had seen on the crime shows and bar makeover shows. He was probably around 7 feet tall and easily 300 pounds. He held his hand out to stop me, not saying a word. "Nonsense," said the happy man, adjusting his tie as he rose from the chair. "Come, stay." The large behemoth nudged me towards the open stage, where, on top of a dull carpet, there sat 2 chairs, one for a host and one for a guest, as told by the classic desk and side table. On each was a mug, the same color green as on my shirt, with steam rising from the opening. As I approached the guest chair, I could see that it was brown. I could only assume it was coffee. Ugh, more caffeine. I had espresso before starting the stream, so a little bouncy. Still taking a while to dissipate. But knowing me and my need for constant caffeine, I'll probably have some kind of soda after this, because I have no conviction. "Have a seat," said Smiley, as he came down the stairs to join me on the stage, his limbs twitching slightly, like a cartoon man on crack. Now in the light I could see that his eyes were rather sunken into his head, making him appear even more sickly than I had originally believed him to be. His face twitched along with his body. Twitchy guy. As he took his first step onto the stage, the music flared back up, and light took over the room. The man slid a microphone from his sleeve as a voice played over the music. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another episode of Shock and Save. You supply 'em, we might just fry 'em. Here's your host, Johnny Thunder. A fake applause track roared over the music as it dimmed, and Johnny Thunder, this decrepit man in the green suit, sank into the chair behind the desk, still grinning from ear to ear. The applause and music all faded until there was a silence in the studio. Good evening, ladies and gents, and welcome to another episode of Shock and Save, the only game where your knowledge can truly make all the difference. I'm Johnny Thunder, your host, and today we are joined by contestant number 5. Wave hello to all the folks at home, number 5. I'm sorry, I need to go. I lifted my heavy self out of the chair and started off towards the side. The giant man shook his head and pointed to the chair. I turned to go towards the other side of the stage, and there, to my surprise, was a man just as large, but holding a baseball bat in one hand. Ooh, slinging it over his shoulder. This man looked... hold on. There's typos here. Okay. This man had a fairly large scar down his cheek, and his shirt was slightly tighter than the other man, showing off his bulging muscles. Couple typos in that sentence, had to work my way around that. What the hell is this? I yelled to Johnny Thunder. I want to leave, now! Johnny shook his head, still smiling. But contestant, the game has just begun. Come, have a seat. The fake applause track sounded off again as he gestured towards the chair and side table. It got louder as I approached them. When I sat, the crowd broke, and there was a hooting and even more cheering being screamed out of the speakers. Johnny gestured to the empty chairs to quiet down, raising and lowering his hands before making eye contact with me. We are just so glad you came here tonight, he told me. Please tell me where I am, I begged of him, trying to keep my cool. I just want to go home. Why, son, you're on Shock and Save, yelled the loudspeakers, mimicking a crowd. I know that, but I mean, what is this? Where are all the people? Where are the cameras? I really would like to go home. I thought about running for it, but I knew that those men on the side stages would not be hesitant to grab me. And sure as hell wouldn't have a hard time doing so. Should we explain the game to him, folks? Johnny asked the chairs, who roared in return. Sounds good to me. So, contestant number 5. The name of the game is Shock and Save. In this game, you will be met with a series of quiz rounds. In each round, you will be asked a question about today's television, of which we know you are quite the master of. When you answer I messed up. When you answer correctly, you'll hear this sound. A ding-ding sound sounded overhead. But if you get the answer wrong, well, then someone has to get the shock of a lifetime. What do you mean, the shock of a lifetime? I asked nervously. The speakers cheered louder than before as Johnny looked out to them, then held his hand behind his ear, egging it to blast out more sound as if he couldn't hear it. Should we show him, folks? Johnny screamed at full volume, standing so quickly that I thought his frail body might just collapse. The noise was piercing as Johnny motioned to the wall behind me, which lifted, revealing 4 small chairs. In each chair sat another person, each with a shirt that said, Lucky Contestant number 1 through Lucky Contestant number 4. Oh, there's that number 4. They were all held to the chairs with thick straps, their mouths taped over, allowing only muffled screaming to be heard from their struggling bodies. My heart sank. "Fuck this," I yelled. "Fuck this and fuck you. This is sick." I jumped up as fast as I could and ran to the side, where I was apprehended by the giant man with no effort at all. I screamed for him to let me go and cursed at him, but he only dragged me back to the guest chair by the desk with Johnny Thunder. "Oh, come on now, number 5, Johnny sang. "You're the lucky one. Would you rather be 1, 2, 3, or 4 right now? Because that can be arranged." I looked over to the other contestants. All 4 were crying and trying to plead through the duct tape over their mouths. Johnny paid them no mind, keeping his gaze on me. I shook my head silently. "Good," he continued. "As I was going to say, each contestant has a plate under their chair. Each plate is connected to a panel, which my lovely co-host, Irene, will be in charge of." Oh, I think there's a pun there. In charge of. Shock of the lifetime. I get it. Okay. "If Irene pulls that switch, a current of electricity will fire up from the floor onto the plate and send that contestant soaring, or at least trying to soar. They won't be leaving the chairs, I can assure you. Get the question right, however, and they will be able to go back home to their families. And that's how you play." Again, the speaker had the crowd help. "Shock and save." "This is disgusting," I said. "This has to be a joke." "Round 1, Johnny yelled, pulling back a cue of cards from his pocket. "Are you ready?" "Stop it. Listen to me. This isn't funny anymore. You got me. Ha ha. Where are the cameras? The real host can come out now. You fooled me, okay? Damn. Please, just stop," I begged. What television show ran for 98 episodes and featured Bob Denver as a bumbly, accident-prone crewman? I don't know. I don't care. I want to go home. I started tearing up. I could feel my stomach shivering as I sat in the chair. This wasn't funny anymore. I brought my feet up into the chair and put my chin on my knees, hugging my legs. "I'm so sorry, number 5, but that was not the correct answer. You know what that means." Johnny points to Irene, who pulls down the lever. The sound was a dull, droning noise under the air that was pierced by the violent convulsions of contestant number 1, who hollered in pain through the tape. I watched her try to escape the chair, but the straps were too tight. Smoke started rising from the seat as her body went stiff, then crumpled over like a rag doll. The process took over a minute. I threw up all over my shoes. "Alrighty, number 5, that's 1 down. Let's see how you do with the rest, shall we?" I shook my head as fast as I could. I wanted to speak, but no air was in my lungs to do so. The smell of burnt cloth and flesh was putrid. "Here we go, number 5, Johnny continued. Which family started in 1938 as a cartoon in the New Yorker?" I peered over to Irene, whose hand was already on the lever again. Contestant 2 was sobbing loudly. The answer came to me. "The Addams Family." Oh, how fitting. I whispered, hoping that my answer would give some grace. Johnny Thunder looked down at his cue card, still smiling. Always smiling. "That is correct," he shouted. The fake audience released a series of boos as the straps were released from contestant 2, who fell to the floor before running off stage. I heard the door slam behind her as she left. The crowd quieted again at Johnny's command. "Moving on," Johnny said. "Next question. Which television series holds the record for the most watched episode of television ever?" I cracked a small grin of hope, knowing that I had the answer right in front of my mind. MASH. I said, MASH does. 125 million viewers. I moved my eyes from Johnny to Irene to see if her hand would drop the lever, even though I was positive I was correct. The pause for Johnny's response felt like a lifetime. "That is correct," he hollered, grinning, but now with more of a menace. The crowd booed furiously. The straps on contestant 3 released, and he ran off to the side. The sound of the door slamming followed his exit as well. Contestant 4 stared at me. I saw his jeans had already been dampened with urine, and it seemed as though his cheeks were full, which made me feel sick to my stomach. Oh, poor guy. This man's life depended on my next answer. Okay, I'm going to apologize ahead of time for my stomach rumbling. I think I forgot to eat today. Don't mind that. It happens when I wear a corset. I tend to forget. Don't you dare spill. "Are you ready for your next question?" Johnny asked. I nodded. In the final episode of the series Friends, what was the famous last word to the end of the series? I thought for a moment. I could feel contestant 4's eyes locked on me. "Sure," I answered. Chandler said sure when asked if they should get coffee. I saw contestant 4 squirm in his chair, and I knew that had to have been the wrong answer. Oh no. He struggled and tried his damnedest to break free of the straps, but it took only a few seconds for Johnny Thunder to announce that I was incorrect before Irene pulled the switch. It took a minute or so for him to die as well. He fought death the whole way down. I held back my vomit and stood to my feet. "That's it. It's over. The game is over, and I want to go home now." Johnny stood, then guided me back to my chair. "Not quite," he replied. "Have a seat." Before I knew it, one of the giants was behind me, holding me down as another strapped my feet and arms to the guest chair. I hollered and pleaded, but it didn't seem to faze the giants or Johnny. Even when I kicked one of the huge men while he attempted to strap me, he didn't flinch. I was immobile. "One last question," Johnny said, chuckling a bit. "Then you can go. Are you ready?" "Let me go! You're a monster! A fucking monster!" The 116th episode of the popular series Seinfeld was called The Soup Nazi, which portrayed a famous character played by Larry Thomas. What was the Soup Nazi's name on the show? I stopped struggling, knowing my fate if I didn't answer the question. I thought, but couldn't think of his name. What was it, damn it? I had to know. I had to. Then it hit me. "He didn't have a name," I said loudly. "He was just the Soup Nazi." Johnny's smile faded as he nodded to the giants, who then began to untie me. I remained in the chair and waited for Johnny to say something. "That is correct," he muttered. "Well done." No loud noises came from the speakers. I turned around to find that Irene and the giants on both sides of the stage were gone. Just as my head pivoted back, Johnny and the desk had all disappeared. The contestants, the furniture, the coffee, all of it had vanished. Then there was a single clapping sound coming from the audience. I look out, and in the darkness, I can make out the image of a young boy, smiling even larger than Johnny Thunder, clapping his hands at the conclusion of the show. I stood, turned, and walked out the door. The light and warmth had never felt so good. I reached into my pockets for my car keys when, while looking down, I bumped into something. Moving my chin up to see what I hit, I saw it was Johnny, but instead of a green suit, he was wearing gray and black coveralls. He was smiling. Oh, you didn't think we'd actually let anyone go on shock and save, do you? I stumbled backwards, falling to the ground. But how can you? I said, stuttering. Number 5, you should know better than anyone. Never believe anything you see on TV. Okay, and that is the end of Showtime. The next story is called Dark. Just dark. That's the only word on it. Okay, making sure my connections are all good. Yeah, connection's all good. Everybody's still good? Is anybody still in here? I don't know if anyone's still in here. Because I know Stumpkin is streaming right now. Alright, I'm going to read Dark. And then it's a pretty short one. We'll see who sticks around. Oh, Caterpillar Connie's still here. Okay. You're good for me to read some more stories? I'm guessing that's a yes. Yep, okay. Alright, Dark's the short one, so I'll go ahead and read that. My grandfather was one of the strongest men I ever knew. Growing up, I looked up to him as a figure of what a man should be. He treated others with respect, loved with what seemed to be no conditions, and worked as hard as he could to provide for every single person that he cared about, regardless of their relationship to my grandfather. He was the type that never forgot your birthday, made sure he attended every soccer game he could, and would sacrifice any of his own personal likings to be sure that you were able to get what you wanted. He never left the postman without a handshake and a sincere thank you, and never forgot to leave a few cold ones out for the trashman every Tuesday morning on the hot summer days. He was a good man. I thought the best of him until he died. It was a chilly December afternoon, and I had just gotten home from school when my mother told me that we needed to go see Grandpa in the home he was residing in after his kidney started to act funky, as he would often refer to it. He certainly didn't care much for the home and hated the limitations that came with it, but he knew that it was best for him and for the family. He was wise enough to understand that medical care was hard for people who loved him, and we, even collectively, my mom and younger sister, too, wouldn't be able to. I think there's a typo there. My mom and younger sister wouldn't be able to give him the round-the-clock service that his condition required. I started the 12th grade that year and expected my final months in high school would be a breeze. I wasn't one to get stirred up into drama or trouble, and had my small, tight-knit group of friends that I regularly hung out with. I thought that it would be as simple as going to class, heading back home, seeing my friends a few nights a week, watching some TV, and doing my last few assignments before the school year ended and everyone getting ready. Okay, that's a typo. Everyone started getting ready to move forward in life to the colleges of their choice, if they got into any. I was lucky enough to get into my first choice at the University of Maryland, only a few hours from my home. I didn't worry too much about packing or prepping like the other students. I wouldn't ever be too far away from home if I needed anything at all. That evening that I saw my grandfather for the last time. Oh, wait. That's... okay, I think there's a typo in there. That evening was that I saw my grandmother. Okay. We're going to try and figure out this sentence because it is There's typos here. That evening that I saw my grandfather was for the last time. There we go, we figured it out. It was the last time the dreams of an easy life ever entered my mind. We all got our coats on and jumped into my mom's minivan. I hated the drive to Grandpa's retirement community. It felt almost cultish to me, in a way. The community was in the middle of nowhere, somewhere out on the eastern shore of the state, where the only things that lived were the rednecks, old folks, and the bacteria that was sometimes thrown up by the Chesapeake Bay. Sounds about right. It seems like miles of cornfields and tobacco plants before we could even begin to see the long, empty road that led to the home, most of which I spent with my head pressed against the window, feeling the vibrations of the car as we rolled further into nothingness. After a small batch of trees that looked as if they were never fully in bloom, even in the warmest of weather, we would pull up into the often empty visitor parking lot, where my mother would ritually remind us not to veer off or get lost. This message was more for my 7-year-old sister than it was for me, but she always made sure that I was included in the answering, "You got it?" I never had an issue with chiming in a "yes, ma'am" to this, but it was mostly because, even though I hated the ride, I absolutely loved hanging out with my grandfather. This trip, however, would be different. I could feel it. Not to mention, Mom would never spring a surprise visit to see him unless something was wrong. I was old enough to understand that what this meeting was all about. I don't think my sister understood the weight of the situation yet, seeing as how she was still able to have a genuine smile on her face, while Mom and I, probably more obviously than we would have liked, forced out grins through tightly pursed lips. She took my sister's hand and walked us both up to the front sliding door. A blast of cool air hit us as we entered the lobby, and were greeted by one of the nurses at the front desk. I referred to people at the retirement home as nurses, even though they probably weren't. But I figured it probably wouldn't hurt their feelings if they overheard me saying it, so I just stuck with it. I know a lot of people there are only... Okay. That's a weird sentence structure, but okay. I know a lot of the people there are only $9 an hour employees, most likely trying to find something in a sort of medical field to build a resume for college, or even better. Someone who couldn't seem to find anything else to do with themselves for work in this little rinky-dink part of the state. I still, to this day, can't imagine that there is any real opportunity out there. Again, it's all old folks and rednecks, neither of which are involved in big business. They waved us through without having to stop or sign in. They know who we are. The home only had maybe a dozen or so residents, and if the parking lot is any indication of company, they didn't have all too many visitors. We turned down the hallway towards my grandfather's room, and I could begin to feel a lump form in my throat that I couldn't swallow. My stomach turned hard and sunken down a bit, forcing my movement to slow. I suddenly didn't want to see my grandfather, not in the state that I imagined he was going to be in. I remember that feeling. My mom tapped quietly on the thin, hollow wooden door that sat ajar, leading into my grandfather's tiny room. Though small, I will admit that they did a good job of keeping the place from being a dreary shithole it could have been. You hear some horror stories about retirement homes and how they can quickly resemble purgatory or of some type. But this joint did all too well of making sure there were windows in each room, and that there was open space, lots of places for pictures, art, and what have you, and normal-looking beds and furniture, if the medical stuff wasn't a requirement to keep your ticker ticking. My grandfather's bed was, unfortunately, a medical bed. Was unfortunately a medical bed, though, and there were even more, unfortunately. A whole system of tubes and wires coming out of him at this point. He seemed to be asleep when we walked in, so I asked my mother what exactly happened in a very hushed tone. "Heart attack, kid," my grandfather said, trying to push out a chuckle over the tone of his heart monitor. "I was put here for my kidneys, but I'll be damned that my heart wants in on the action too." "Dad, calm yourself," Mother said to him, as she often did. This was almost like a tagline between her and her father. He would always be the spunky, spontaneous one, and she would always tell him to calm himself. My grandfather smiled at this. "Never listened to you before, Millie. Why would I listen now?" I approached my grandfather with that forced smile and took his hand. It was cold and leathery. The toughness of his skin that had been there before seemed to have melted away and was now more smooth and bony. I could see the muscle loss that I never noticed before. When was the last time I saw my grandfather? I swore he was bigger than this before. All of these questions, I remember, rushed through my mind as his frail fingers wrapped around mine. "Good to see you, kiddo," he said to me. "Been a while." "I suppose it has," I replied, finally feeling more peaceful in hearing his voice. "How are you feeling?" "I've been better, but I could be a lot worse," my grandfather joked. They said that this one wasn't a big one. I refused to go to the hospital when they came to get me. Didn't need it. "Which is exactly why we came, Dad," my mother chimed in. "Why didn't you go see a doctor?" "What are they going to do, Millie? Tell me I'm old and dying? Tell me to watch what I eat and take my medicine? I'm far too far along to have anybody try to remind me of those things now. They should have spoken up 20 years ago. If my time is now, then it is now. Can't do much more about it." "Don't say that, Grandpa," my little sister whimpered into my mother's thigh. "Oh, little princess, don't you worry," my grandfather told her. "Everything's going to be just fine. Come give your Gramps a hug." She grinned and made her way over to him, leaning up into the tall bed and put her arms around him. I saw him wince as she did this. Oh, he seems like a sweet grandpa. "Can we get you anything?" my mother asked him. "Is there anything you'd like?" "Actually, yes, if you wouldn't mind," he replied. "Could you and the little one go find me something to eat, please?" "Absolutely, Dad. Come on, guys, let's—" "Hold on, Millie," my grandfather interrupted. "Leave the boy. I want to have a man-to-man with him, if that's okay." My mother's face was that of awe. In all this time, I don't think my grandfather had ever requested a man-to-man time with anyone in our family, and was certainly never one to hold any secrets from anyone. My mother simply nodded, trying to mask her confusion and curiosity, and took my sister by the hand once more. "Sure thing. We will leave you two men to chat," my mother said, gently guiding my sister out of the room. "We'll be back in 5 minutes, okay?" "Sounds great," he said back. "Thank you." I swear I'm going to spill that thing. My mother and sister left the room, I turned around just in time to see my grandfather shuffle himself up in his bed before grabbing my shirt and pulling me close. "Listen to me, son, and listen well. You aren't safe. Not here, not anywhere. And you need to know it." I gripped those thin, fragile hands, not knowing whether I was trying to pull away or support his grip. I stared into his eyes for just a moment, which was more than enough to realize that he had tears forming like glass above his puffy eyelid. "What are you talking about, Grandpa? Are you all right? Do you need the nurse?" "No," he said forcefully, while trying to keep his volume low. "I need you to listen. A long time ago, long before you were born, there was an accident. I was working for the steel mills up in Pennsylvania right before I met your grandmother. A beam came down from the upper decks and hit me over the head. I blacked out, and when I came to, there was nothing. It was dark. Everywhere was black, all except one spot off in the distance. I walked towards that spot, which seemed to be the light coming up from the ground, a white light. Not like anything you'd see here. When I got close enough, I could reach out and put my hand in it. A shrieking noise, like metal on metal, rang out around me. I thought that I must be in the mill, and that one of the mechanics must be running, but I knew better. There was no way that I was still at work, and I remembered everything that had happened just moments before. I remembered looking up at the beam, and I remember it slamming hard down across my nose. I felt my face, but there was no injury. When I looked back at the light, there was a small boy, younger than you even. He was smiling at me. His eyes looked like a crystal lake in the morning. Oh, another blue-eyed kid. I knelt down in front of him, asking him what was going on. He didn't say a word. I saw that. I know his mouth never moved, but I heard him loud and clear. He told me that I was dead, that the accident I remembered was a true one, and that it shattered my face. He also told me that nobody at the mill had seen it happen, and that I was still lying on the ground, broken. I asked him what was going on, and I made a mistake, son. I made a terrible mistake." "Grandpa, stop," I said, now trying to carefully pry his fingers from around my shirt. I could feel the jagged edges of his fingernails, as if he had tried to chew them off. He must have been gnawing at them for some time. "Let me call Mom, and we can help you." "You're not listening," he said back to me, now a little louder. "We don't have a lot of time, and please know that they will think I'm crazy. But I know you will know the truth soon. And I'm trying to warn you before it comes. The boy and I made a deal." "You're not making any sense," I said, horrified. "Let me go, Grandpa." "There is a lot more to this world than you think. Those moments you think you're alone, you're not. Those moments in the peaceful dark, when all is silent and there is nothing around but the sound of your own breathing, he is there. He doesn't come for us, son. He's already there. He's always been there. He's always watching. And now he is coming for you because I was stupid enough to make promises in my desperation." "That isn't true. You're having another attack. We can help, please." "This is no attack. I can feel it coming. It's cold. It's here. But it doesn't want me. It will take me all the same, but it isn't me that it wants. It wants you. The deal I made with the boy was for my son. Grandpa, you never had a son. You don't know what you're saying. You're losing your mind. Now let go." "I know I don't have a son, damn it," he said, now raising his voice. "I only ever had your mother, but your mother had you. You must fill the void in the deal. You are going to be what they are after once I am gone, and you need to stay safe. Stay in the light. He's in the shadows. He is there when there seems to be nothing at all. The dark isn't safe. It never has been. Not for many, many years. But now, oh God, now is the time he won't show you any more mercy. He's waited for you for far too long. The rate of his heart monitor picked up rhythm. Faster and faster the beeping grew as he spat more words out, followed by chunks of what I assumed was vomit and bile. Grandpa, I need to get a nurse, I shouted now, hoping someone would come in to help him. Nurse, please, someone help! Stay in the light, kid, he yelled at me, the yellow liquids dripping past his chin, to his gown. Stay in the light! His hands dropped along his head, both smacking the railing of his bed with a loud crack, like what you would expect if you dropped a plastic lunch tray, and made the same mess. He rolled back onto the bed just as his heart monitor rang out a single tone, blood gushing from the gaping wound in his head. His body gave one last jerk as he went to sleep. The nurses came rushing in, my mother in tow, yelling for my sister to stay in the hallway. They pushed me aside as I hugged my mother until my arms hurt. He didn't wake up. Well, this one's actually longer than I thought. Oh, there's a few more pages. The ride home was a silent one. We didn't stick around the home much after my grandfather passed. Just enough for my mom to fill out some paperwork before getting loud with one of the ladies at the front desk. I don't know what my mother was screaming about because she had asked me to take my sister to sit out front where they had a quaint little bench overlooking the small forest that surrounded the home. I couldn't make out words specifically, but I knew that voice. Even when muffled by the thick exterior of the walls of the building, I could tell that they had said or done something to piss my mother off beyond a threshold that I had known to stay away from for quite some time. My mother is not an angry person, but if you push her the wrong way, she can unleash hell. Yeah, it's the case with my mom too. She has a very shrill voice. Yeah. And if my sister ever does any streaming, you'll notice with both her and I that our voices are not very shrill. We speak a lot more softly than our mother. And I think it's because of how loud she was when we were growing up that it just kind of conditioned us to be less so. She didn't say a word when she walked out under the awning where my sister and I sat. She marched herself to the van, knowing that I would be pulling my sister along in tow. Caterpillar Connie. Just an angry asshole now. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. You still have, I mean, you're not shrill though. Unless you want to be. I mean, the capability is probably there. I know that she didn't say anything to either of us until very late that evening when she came into my room to ask if I was okay. I told her that I was fine, and though she smiled at me, this being the first I had seen her smile since we arrived at the home, I knew that she didn't believe me at all. She repeated her question and awaited a different answer. I decided to try to tell my mother about what Grandpa had said to me. I told her about the pact he had made, and the son he promised, and that I needed to stay in the light, or else I would end up dead, and all of the sorts. My mother just wiped a tear from her eye and patted my leg gently. Your grandfather was quite ill, she said, trying to reassure me. Please don't worry about anything that he said. I'm sure he didn't even know what he was talking about. I had a nice chat with the nurse today before we left about not being notified that his health was deteriorating. This only shows me that I was just in saying what I had said to them. I'm glad you told me. Don't take it to heart, though. Obviously, you are more than safe. You have nothing to worry about. He was too far gone to make any sense. With a quick kiss on the forehead, my mom stood, turned, and started towards the door of my room. With a forced smile, looking over her shoulder, she reached around the door frame, flicking the light off in my bedroom. As I lowered myself under the sheets, I went to sleep. I recall waking up to what felt like cold water being splashed over my body. The room was pitch black, and I was surprised by the lack of light coming from the street lights outside of my window. I sat up and immediately started to brush my clothes frantically, trying to figure out what had just been dumped on me. My clothes were shockingly dry. I noticed that there wasn't a lingering chill that hung like there would have been if I had been doused. No drip of a breeze. The rush came and went. I caught my breath and laughed to myself, now understanding that it must have been me waking from some kind of nightmare. The fact that I was letting my grandfather's crazy senile stories get under my skin was humorous enough to lull me back to comfort. Ugh. Hair tickling my face. I shifted my weight back and forth as I pulled the comforter up to my chin, stretching my legs and feet so that they both ran as two parallel lines, much like a ballet dancer's unpoint. Yeah, I probably butchered that. I wiggled my toes, sagging them on something, or snagging them on something. I dropped my brow and felt around with my foot, attempting to feel out what was under the covers. As I rubbed my first and second toe together, it became very clear. It was hair. Long hair. Like the top of somebody's head. I jumped up, hearing a thump of something large, like an animal the size of a dog, hit the floor. Whatever it was landed on all fours and scurried under my bed. As I began to push air out of my lungs, screaming as loud as my throat would allow, my mother came rushing into the room, filling every corner with light from the hallway. "Mom!" I hollered. "There's something under my bed, some kind of creature. I hit it with my foot and it ran under the bed." My mother waved for me to hop off the mattress and join her on the other side of the room, which I did without hesitation. She pointed to my baseball bat, an older Louisville slugger, dark in color with a lot of wood. You mean a lot of wood. Okay, little typo. A lot of wood grains running along the rounded length of the club, which I picked up and handed to her as she neared the bed. I followed right behind her as she brought the bat into the air over her head. With a nodded signal, I reached down and pulled the skirt from the edge of the bed, making a hole for whatever was under there to run out of, only to meet its demise at my mother's best downward impression of David Ortiz at the plate. But nothing came. Not a creature, not a sound, not any movement of any kind. There was nothing. Slowly, my mother bent down to peer under the bed, and upon realizing that there was nothing there, she promptly rose again, dropping the bat on the bed and giving me an ugly stare. "I think those stories got you spooked," she joked with me. "Go back to bed." She gave me another kiss on the head, this time laughing under her breath before flicking the light off, leaving me standing in the dark, alone. I thought for a moment, swaying in place with my arms at my side. I knew what I felt. I knew what I heard. I wasn't imagining it. Regardless of my grandfather's story, I didn't feel comfortable sleeping in the dark that night. So I shuffled over towards the door, reaching around, pressing my open palm around the wall till I found the light switch. However, right before I flipped the tiny trigger up, I could have sworn I heard a giggle from under my bed. The next morning, my mom cracked some joke about the thing that was under my bed. I chuckled and tried to brush it off, not letting it show that I only got an hour or so of sleep. She asked if I wanted to stay home from school that day, seeing as how the events of the morning before might have been a bit too much for me to take with me, reminding me that it would be okay for me to miss a day or two if I needed to for my mental health. I declined the offer, grabbing my coat and backpack before heading out the door to start another Monday. Why? No kid would turn down that offer. Every kid would stay home and play video games. Or do whatever they want to do. And I don't know. Not everybody plays video games. Nope. Sorry. Third period was always my favorite. I had this wonderful teacher named Mr. Jackson who, according to any of the artistic kids in school, was the coolest teacher you could have had for any of your classes. He was one of those old school hippie types, the kind of teacher that makes you wonder if he was simply grandfathered into his contract because you couldn't wrap your head around the fact that someone like him could get hired by the school board, even if it was to teach arts. He mostly taught painting classes and elementary art to stuck-up asshole kids who only took the course for an easy A. But my personal favorite of his was photography. I wouldn't say that I was a photographer by any means, but I admit that I really enjoyed spending my time developing the film, and by this, my 12th grade year, I had made it to Photography 4. Which both Mr. Jackson and I knew wasn't a real class, but rather an independent study course that allowed me to walk around the school for 90 minutes looking for cool things to snap pictures of and develop them in the dark room available in the back of the classroom. My goodness. You can tell my mouth's starting to get tired. But I had a photography class a lot like that in my senior year as well. The teacher kind of just let me go around and take pictures of whatever because he knew that I was already kind of trained in photography and photo editing, so there wasn't too much that I could learn, but learning how to develop film was fun. The smells are weird, but it was fun. During third period, I gathered all of my materials and pushed the sliding, ironically named, film container door, the kind that shielded the room from the fluorescent bulbs that shone blindingly over all the classrooms in the school, and got started with the beginning stages of developing my negatives. Caterpillar Connie, we had photography in our high school. Yeah, the teacher, his name was Mr. Thompson, and he was awesome. Best teacher in the school. He was very forgiving and very loose with a lot of his requirements. It was nice. He let kids be creative. And I got to explore around the school grounds a lot to take different pictures and whatnot. And then I think he had us do journal assignments, and I would cut all of my journal pages into like different various shapes and just turn in this pile of weird shapes and folded pieces, and he would have to try and figure out how to read it. Got an A though. I don't know if he actually read what I wrote, but I got A's. If you have ever developed film before, it is a pretty messy job, at least for high school kids. Unfortunately, most students didn't take care of the materials as well as I did. Stumpkin Jack! Oh, you're raiding me! Welcome! Yes, welcome the raid. It's a little raid, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Hey, look at my one person. Well, you're welcome either way. Caterpillar Connie, I can't remember the art teacher's name, but he pissed me off. I don't remember photography being an option. Huh. I mean, I don't remember any other art teachers from that school other than Mr. Thompson. I know there were others, but I don't know. I liked him. Photography was my homeroom. Okay, so you had Thompson for your homeroom? He was teaching it at the time that you were there, right? I think so. He's on my Facebook. You could probably ask him. I kind of lost my place. Unfortunately, most students didn't take care of the materials as well as I did, and it required a lot of washing out misplaced chemicals and having to be incredibly careful not to mix up the wrong solution in their improper containers. And also not to bump into the couples that would go into the dark room to make out during Mr. Jackson's class, away from the eyes of the rest of the students. I filled up one of the large plastic bins with water and set it up across the small black room, illuminated only by the dim red light above. I worked my way down to it, finally reaching the rinsing stage in my film development, excited about the photos I had taken of the garden built by some of the other seniors as a community project. It wasn't my normal subject of photography, but I was confident that some of them would turn out well and some diversity to my portfolio that I had hoped to take with me to college. Oh, and add some diversity. Stumpkin, were you Skittle Middle? Yes. Wait, oh, there's a whole conversation. Let's see, Stumpkin, it was a woman, she was awful. Okay, I didn't have her. Caterpillar Connie, there was the one that was from my middle school, Skittle Middle, Mead Middle. That's right, you went to a different middle school. I went to Skittle Middle, but Connie went to Mead, because that was before we moved to that area. I grabbed the negatives and dunked them into the water, slowly moving them around to wash off any unwanted chemicals before posting them up to dry. I jumped back and screamed when my hand hit something all too familiar. Hair. I looked down, my lower back hitting the sink behind me, to find my hand covered in wet, clumpy black hair. I used my other hand to quickly pull the mess out from between my fingers when I heard bubbles gurgling from the wash bin. Sounds like something from a horror movie that I'm trying to think of. What was it, Shudder? Something like that. I inched over towards the bin, trembling, barely able to see that there was air rising to the surface of the water. A dark form, circular in shape, began to form inside the plastic tub, underneath the bubbles. I couldn't make out any features of it, but I could feel my stomach drop, knowing all too well what it would be. I reached behind me to brace myself against the same sink that I had slammed into just a second ago, as the face of a little boy elevated over the lip of the bin, dripping water from his thick, dark hair. One message was deleted by moderator. Okay, somebody spamming. Good job, Nightbot. Let's see. Timed for raid hype? Okay, where was I? Just as my grandfather had told me, his eyes shined like blue diamonds. Another blue-eyed boy. Even in the red hue of the room, he began to giggle, the same innocent and horrifying noise I had heard from my bedroom, as I ran to the spinning door, pushing through and spilling my body out across the hard floor of the classroom, inviting the students to erupt in laughter. Without a word, I grabbed my bag and ran from the room, Mr. Jackson following close behind me. Stunkin', thanks anyway, Germ. Nightbot hates all caps too. Yeah, Nightbot's really grumpy, unless you're telling it what to do, from what I can tell. Or at least, actually no, my Nightbot's still grumpy even if you tell it what to do. So, apologize for that. I'll have to see if I can mess with the settings a bit. My mom had me see a therapist later that week. She assumed that my grandfather's death had affected me in some negative way and was now playing tricks on my mind that she wanted to just have someone take a look at so it doesn't get any worse. I can't say that she was entirely wrong. His death had affected me. For the next 2 years, I would see this boy, this pale young man, giggling at me in the dark. I learned to stay in the light and how to avoid any situation where I would not be able to see the world in front of me. I carried flashlights with me everywhere I went, fearful that the power in some building might go out, leaving me vulnerable to this boy and his wishes. The fear grew to the point where I avoided going inside altogether, except for buildings that had large glass windows that I could be assured would maintain light from the outside. I slept in my room with multiple lights, each battery powered, all installed in various times, leaving me with the security that there would never be a moment where they would all die out. No, I mean, it could still happen. All of that changed when my mother brought me here. Here it is better. Here they don't turn off the lights, and have promised me that they have the generators to back the power up if a storm were to pass over. The white walls bring out the light and keep every corner of the 10 by 10 room shining, refraining from the darkness. It is safe here. I never have to leave. I can sleep soundly, without worry of the little boy and his sinister motives. It is quiet and peaceful. They have told me that I can stay committed as long as I need to, and I never plan to leave. Okay, so that is the end of, I think it's just called Dark. Let's see, Germ. If it's not Nightbot, it's Automod. Something about my cheeky foul mouth and being drunk. Okay, are we good for another story, or should I be wrapping up? What do you guys think? So this next one is, that's not too long. 130, 119. So it's about 11 pages. What do we have left in here? Is there a way to check my numbers? No, it's showing raids and stuff. Hold on, I have a second screen here. Yeah, there's a few viewers. Okay, now I see it. Okay, there's 4 of you in here. Do you guys want me to read some more? Or should we call this a night? I might have to dip out. Okay, Caterpillar Connie's going to be going. Well, thank you for coming by. I hope you enjoyed the stories, and I appreciate you, you know, in general, as a person. Too early for your liking? Yeah, I can understand that. Completely understandable. It is pretty late. I mean, It's almost 1 a.m. Almost timed this exactly. Oh, I love you too. Go get some rest. Take care, and thank you so much for coming by. I lurk too much to enjoy the stories proper. Typically have 5 other streams open. Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, thankfully, I do tend to post these on YouTube. Good night, Connie. Sleep well. So these will be up on YouTube in case you want to re-listen later. Listen to me stutter over all my words. Alright, what are we down to? We're still at 4 viewers. I don't know. What do you think? Used to be 10 plus, but I hear only 6 lurks count. And about the most I can realistically participate in. Okay. Indica Chinja is now following. Oh, thank you. That's a new friend of mine, Miss Danny, who does a lot of streaming. She doesn't need me to hype her up, but I will anyway because she's amazing. Very sweet lady, and I love her cat. Hi, welcome. Good to see you. Well, you showed up just as I finished reading another story. But I do have one more that I can read if you want. Yes, everybody go check out her Twitch as well. She does some neat stuff. She's a nice lady. Alright, I think I will read one more and then we'll call it a night. So this one will probably be about the same length as my last stream, which is just a little over 3 hours. Okay, this next story is called The Graveyard Shift. We moved into the house shortly after I lost my job. It wasn't by any means a move we wanted to make, and truthfully, this was sort of a forced hand. My wife, Stacy, would smile and tell me that it would all be okay, and not to worry about it. That we could make this new house our home, and when we get everything sorted out, that we could possibly move into an even better house than the 3-bedroom townhome that we had just moved out of. She was good to me, my wife, a woman stronger than I, even in the toughest of times. My daughter, Lily, didn't take it as well as my wife, though. She is young, and I don't think she could understand why we had to move away from her friends and the neighborhood where she grew up. I don't think she would have gotten the whole concept that Daddy's plant had shut down, and until Daddy could find a new company that paid even close to the same amount, we would certainly have to downgrade a lot. Let me sip real quick. My fancy pewter goblet thing. I consider us rather lucky that Stacy's mother, who unfortunately passed away just a year before, had left us this property. Oh, you're raiding with a party of 8? Oh, welcome everybody. I actually just started reading a story called The Graveyard Shift. You did not miss much. We're just introducing the characters. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Indica. Or Danny, which one do you want me to call you on here? I call you both. Hello, hello. It's so good to see you. Aw. Okay, Indy, that's fine. I'll call you that. I'll try to remember. But it's so good to see you. I'm so happy you're here. And welcome to anybody that came with her. Okay, so we're reading Murmurs in the Dark. That's by my friend MJ Ors. And we just started The Graveyard Shift. Basically, this guy and his family had to move. His wife is very supportive. Oh, thank you, Jern. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I see your Oh, you're cute. You guys are sweet. I love you guys. And the daughter is not happy about it. So wife Stacy, totally okay. Daughter Lily, mm-mm. But basically the guy's plant shut down and we're just kind of getting through the introductions. Allie the Beast is now following. Thank you. Germ, I mean, if two my lurks raid you, you must be good people. Oh, you guys are so sweet. You're so sweet. Where was I in this? I can just restart this paragraph. I got distracted by all of the wonderful people in here. So thank you. Thank you again. Back to the story. I consider us rather lucky that Stacy's mother, who unfortunately passed away just a year before, had left us this property. The house on the land was pretty terrible, but livable for the tight spot we found ourselves in. We had initially tried to sell it, but couldn't find any buyers. Not with it being out in the middle of nowhere, and not with the condition of the house being what some might call more than just a fixer-upper. However, when all is said and done, it was the only thing that kept us from being out on the streets, so who am I to complain? We had a roof over our heads and running water. We had electricity, and with the money we got from selling our old house, which wasn't much, but definitely a big help in the grand scheme of things, we would be able to have the power on for at least 6 months or more. We hoped that that would be enough time for me to get a new paycheck. We had already seen 3 months of no luck. Let's see, Indy told you she's a sweetheart. Oh, you're sweet too. You guys are so nice. I love it. So many nice people. I don't know how to respond other than also being nice. The first time my family and I stepped into the house as our new home, it was a humbling experience. I had just had the power turned on the day before, and as we flicked the lights on in the tiny foyer, or foyer, I don't know how people say it, you could see some creepy crawlies dive out and under the furniture. This place needed a lot of love and a whole lot of elbow grease. I helped my daughter get her stuff to her room, one of only 2 in the house. We gave her the room at the end of the hall. That way our room would sit between the stairs and her doorway. Yeah, it's probably a smart way to go. We did this in the old house, and it was more so of a habit than anything. Much like how I always slept on the side of the bed that was closest to the door in our bedroom. It was a protection thing. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of guys tend to do that. They tend to sleep on the side with the door. So I always had to walk a little bit further to get to the bathroom. But no complaints. It's still very sweet. We got my daughter's room set up first, putting her bed back together and getting some of her important toys and books into the room before we even got started setting up anything of our own. The first night, my wife and I slept on the mattress on the floor, while the pieces of our bed lay strewn about across our would-be bedroom. The nights were chilly, as we tried to preserve the heat the best we could, but my Lily had many blankets on her bed and was able to stay warm. We wanted her to be as comfortable as possible. We knew the whole ordeal would be hard on her, and we felt terrible about it. My goodness, it sounds like you're making it harder on yourselves. A few weeks went by, and things started looking up, at least in the house. We were able to clean and dust until the house was sort of presentable. We got all of our old furniture in, and my wife took the time to hang photos and make this ugly situation something just a little more pleasing. I searched every single day for a new job, applying online and going into shops and factories and dropping off paper applications before setting up interviews. That moment I got the call that let me know I had been accepted for a position doing warehouse logistics for a major shipping company was one of the happiest I had in quite some time. Oh, nice gig. I did a bit of logistics before, and the company I did it for wasn't great, but the job itself was okay. It was mostly data entry. I just audited all of the documents. It was okay. It was okay. The company was terrible, though. Definitely be wary of those. My wife and I both cried after I hung up the phone, and though the position would involve almost an hour and a half commute one way across the Bay Bridge towards the mainland, I would be making money similar to what I was making before. We could finally start the countdown to getting our lives back together. We would finally start thinking about taking back everything we had before and getting out of the sticks. But that countdown was a long one, and we had a while to go before we could even start looking for a new house again. This place would be home for at least another year or two, until we could build back up our savings, our credit, and be able to start over for hopefully the last time. Wishful thinking. Oh my. My first day on the job came quick, and after a few trips into the office for HR purposes, and drug screening, and all of that jazz, I was finally able to start working on my regular 40 hours a week. Unless overtime was an option, in which case I would never say no. Technically, we were supposed to start going to 20-hour weeks at the beginning of the 2000s, but nobody talks about that. Yeah, so 40-hour weeks, not supposed to be a thing anymore. It's supposed to be 20-hour weeks. Anyway, back to the story. My shifts would start pretty late at night and end early in the morning, which was great for a lot of the young bucks I worked with, boys in their 20s who decided not to go to college and straight into the workforce. But for someone with a family and a rather lengthy commute, I wouldn't call the hours preferred. But I reminded myself regularly that I was just happy to be working, and that I had officially survived unemployment. The shift started around 11 in the evening and would end no earlier than 7 in the morning. There was a lot of coffee drink between those hours, and though the job was considered logistics, there was still a lot of loading and unloading that I had to take care of. Oh, okay, never mind. Bad gig. Mine was in an office. I spent much of my time helping to get boxes off the trucks and onto the proper pallets to be shipped out to wherever the next driver would be taking it. Over these nights, I would miss my wife and my daughter and wonder if they were okay. I would text my wife or leave her a message, even though she was certainly sleeping, just to say, "I love you," or let her know that I was thinking of her. Though it wasn't exactly what I had always dreamed of, I was happy. But things started to get a little interesting. I started out my work night like any other I had in the past few months. I clock in, grab a cup of coffee from the break room, look over some spreadsheets to see what would be coming in that night, and find out if there were any trucks that would be coming in later than expected. All seemed to be looking per the usual for the evening. Midnight came and went, and as I normally do, I sent my wife a quick text to let her know that she was on my mind. I started back to work when my phone started to ring in my pocket. It frightened me at first, seeing as how I never get calls this late, and when I look down to my screen, I see that it is my wife. Thinking maybe she was trying to be sweet or maybe was still awake and wanting to say goodnight, I picked up with no urgency. "Hey, sweet pea," I said into the phone. "Everything okay?" I waited for a response, but nothing was said. Just silence drifted on the other end of the line. "Sweetie, are you there?" I said, this time just slightly louder, thinking maybe Stacy hadn't heard me the first time. Still nothing. I gave it a few seconds, then hung up the phone. I called her cell back, and she picked up after a few rings, sounding incredibly tired and groggy. "Hey, honey," she said. "Is everything all right?" I laughed a little bit, surprised by her reaction, finding it adorable. "Everything's fine, dear," I replied. "I was calling you back. You don't remember calling me at all, do you?" I chuckled a bit as I spoke, imagining her confusion. "I never called you," Stacy said back to me. "I think you sleep called me or something. I definitely just received a silent phone call from you. I can send you a screenshot if you don't believe me. It's okay, I think it's cute." Stacy made a bump noise before replying. Bump, humph, humph, humph noise. She made a noise. She made some kind of noise that I think was slightly grumpy. "That's so strange. My phone was on the dresser. I would have had to get up to call you, and I was fast asleep. I don't remember it at all. Do I normally sleepwalk?" "Not that I ever noticed," I replied. "Did you have tea before bed or something? Sometimes your tea makes you a little goofy." "Yeah, sometimes your tea makes you a little goofy." "Yeah, sure it's tea. Okay." No tea. Either way, I'm sorry, hun. I'll let you get back to work." "I'll see you in the morning. I'm going to go back to bed." We said our quick goodbyes, and I got off the phone, putting it back in my pocket, thinking of how strange it was that Stacy would sleepwalk, or even stranger, sleep dial me. Regardless, the night was busy, and I had much to do, so I got back to it. Finishing my shift about half an hour later than expected, getting myself those few minutes of overtime I so desperately loved seeing on my paycheck. I chatted with Stacy about the call when I got home that morning, and we just shrugged it off. She showed me where her phone was, and we both simply let it fall under the Stranger Things Have Happened file of our brains before going on with our regular day. I slept, and she did some housework and saw that Lily got to and from school. I got up around the time my daughter got home, and we sat downstairs enjoying a movie before it was time to put her to bed at 8 o'clock. I walked her to her room, and after she got into her pajamas, I asked if she wanted me to tell her a story. Oh, much like I'm telling you now. She said that she didn't need a story, but wanted to know who the boy was that walked into Mommy's room last night. It's another strange boy. We have another story with a strange boy, and you know what? I bet he has bright blue eyes. My gut turned to stone, and I asked her what she was talking about. "Last night I couldn't sleep. I thought I saw a little boy walk into Mommy's room. He didn't say anything to me or bother me. I wanted to say hi to him. I even waved, but he didn't notice me, I don't think. He just walked into Mommy's room, and I didn't see him anymore after that." I told her that I thought it was all a bad dream and that maybe she shouldn't be up watching movies so late at night. She let out a little cry and told me that she liked her movies. I hugged her and told her to try to sleep and not to worry, or even though I could feel my heart pulsing in my chest, stricken with a not-so-subtle fear. Lily gave me a kiss on the cheek and threw herself under the covers just as I exited her room. Grab a quick sip. Oh, I have to refill it. Okay, stay there. I mentioned to Stacy what Lily had said, and I could tell that it was a bad idea. Oh, yeah, I see you lurking. I see you. Stacy looked terrified, which I should have expected, seeing as how this was the woman who would cover her eyes at some of Lily's spookier animated shows. Really? Kids shows? Okay. I told my wife that it was just a bad dream, and that Lily must have had, and not to let it bother her. I even joked with her, telling her that she could sleep with the lights on if it really bugged her that much. She smacked my arm and told me that she didn't need to leave the lights on, and that I needed to start getting ready for work so that I wouldn't be late. I gave her a kiss on the forehead and went upstairs to change before heading out the door and along my way across the bridge. Okay, that's the wording. As normal, I texted my wife around 1 in the morning, but this time, jokingly, added a little line about if she had seen anything creepy in the house. Oh, don't do that. Not that late at night. That's not cool. I figured she wouldn't see it until the early morning, unless she had another sleepwalking incident. My phone sat in my pocket for about 30 seconds before I felt it buzz. A text message. I turned on my phone, looking at the banner that flashes across the screen, allowing me to preview the message before I unlocked the phone. All it said was, yes. Still have 7 viewers. Oh, nice. Without any hesitation, I called Stacy, who again picked up, sounding groggy. I asked her about the message, which she denied. Check your phone, Stacy. Stacy. Yeah, you can tell I've been reading for a while. I'm telling you, you texted me yes when I asked you if there was anything creepy going on in the house. She went silent for a moment before I heard her mumble, "What the hell?" Her mouth far away from the phone. Stacy, is everything okay? Prometheus, you're doing great. Aw, thank you, buddy. Aw, you guys are so nice. I tend to stumble over my words sometimes, and I'm trying to work on that. This is good practice. Everything on my phone is deleted, she said. Like, all of it. Contacts, messages, images, everything is gone except for one picture of Lily. I don't like this. It's not funny anymore. I'm sure it's just a glitch, dear. Yeah, okay. Now look at that timing. I responded, trying to calm her down. It's just a bug in the system or something. We can take it to the store in the morning and see if they can recover everything for you, okay? But just to be sure, you didn't send me any text messages at all? You're positive? I would tell you if I did. I don't like this. I really don't like this. It's okay, dear. Just, I'm scared, baby. Ugh, baby. I hate when people call each other baby. Or at least I hate when people call me baby. It's absolutely not allowed. I don't like that. Germ, you're more coherent than I am, and certainly oh, that's so nice. Thank you. And I'm sure you're just fine. I'm sure you're perfectly coherent. Letting out a little sigh, trying to think of a different solution, I offered up the only thing I could think of that would possibly help. Do you want me to play sick? I can come home if you really need me to. No, Stacy replied. Don't do that. It'll be fine, I'm sure. I'll just turn on a movie or something, keep myself distracted. That's my girl, I said. Don't worry, I'm sure it is just a few spooky coincidences. That's all. I'll see you in the morning. Love you. Love you too. I hung up the phone and couldn't get the idea of a young boy in my house out of my head for the rest of the evening, even though I knew just how crazy it all sounded. The drive home seemed longer than normal, as I was anxious to get back to my girls. Oh, and everyone that came in with Indy, there are angry, well, not necessarily angry, but there's a lot of random commands on my Nightbot. So I'm curious to see if everybody can figure them out. There's like 44 different ones. And I have been posting hints all over my social media. So if you can find them, let me know. Maybe I'll give somebody a prize for finding all 44. Might be something fun. I don't know. See, I'm 2 pints of beer in. This beer is a hazy IPA called, oh no. Oh my. I'd try some of Indy's catchphrases, but I'm scared I'll get banned. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can make some adjustments to Nightbot. I'm sorry about that. I'm not trying to ban anybody for essentially doing nothing wrong. Alright, back to the story. I came home to the two of them asleep on the couch. Lily late for school. I was a little disappointed, but I was just happy to be home with them. I let them both sleep in and called Lily's school to let them know that she would be out today because she wasn't feeling well. Stacy apologized over and over again when she woke up, but I assured her that it was okay and that I was even a little happy to get an extra day with the both of them. We all went out into town and had Stacy's phone looked at, but unfortunately they said they couldn't recover anything from the card. It was such a strange occurrence, and I asked why that one picture, the picture of Lily, stayed on. The young man behind the counter folded his lip and shook his head, telling me that he had absolutely no idea, and that he was sorry he couldn't give me more answers. I told Stacy on the ride home that she could just copy all of the contacts out of my phone, and if it happened again, that we would look into getting her a new one. Once we got home, we had dinner, and man, this guy didn't even sleep. And it was about time, as usual, for Lily to head up for bed. I went with her, this time with the reason of asking her a few questions. Let's see. Prometheus, shit, I need to keep checking. I might keep watching for a bit until I sleep. I need to have this on my TV. Tuck me in tonight with, Oh, that's so sweet. Again, if you ever want to rewatch for the stories, I will post this up later. So if there's any parts that you miss, or if you just want to rewatch for whatever reason, I will be posting this up on YouTube. But I appreciate you being here. Let's see. I has a cat that is joining in on story time. Oh, I love kitties. Welcome, kitty. I'm surprised my kitty hasn't invaded. Usually he hops in my lap by now, but not this time. Maybe next time. Let's see. Hey, sweetie, I started as I tucked her feet under the blanket. Yes, Daddy, she said sleepily. Did you happen to see the boy last night? The one that went into Mommy's room? Did he come back? Mm-hmm, she replied quickly, shutting her eyes. He did, I said, shocked. Did he say anything to you this time, or maybe talk to you about anything? I couldn't believe I was asking my 4-year-old daughter, there's that number 4 again, about a figment of her imagination, or a dream or something. Even worse, I couldn't believe I was taking these answers seriously. He told me that he wanted to play a game with Mommy. Jerem, her name is Jane. She is a short-haired tabby with the little white feet. Little white feet. It looks like she has ankle socks. Oh, she sounds so cute. Oh, well, hello, Jane. Where was I? Here we go. He said he wants to play hide and go seek. He said that Mommy is going to hide first, and then it's going to be my turn to hide. I said I didn't really want to play, but he just smiled and walked into Mommy's room. Then Mommy woke up and came here, so we went downstairs to watch TV instead. We watched The Princess again, Daddy. I like that movie. Oh, excuse me for just a second. Sorry. It's very cold down here. My nose runs just a little bit, so sorry about that. Did you tell Mommy about the boy? I asked more forcefully than I probably should have. Did you tell Mommy that the boy was going into her room? No, she said to me. I thought she would know since she woke up as soon as he walked in. Her phone was buzzing and ringing too, so I thought she would have seen him. You are sure you weren't asleep, Lily? None of this was a dream? No, Daddy, she replied. I didn't sleep until we went downstairs on the couch. I promise. Are you mad at me? I could see small tears starting to form in my daughter's eyes. So I quickly reassured her that I wasn't mad at her, and that I was very happy that she told me the truth. I asked her if she was going to stay awake all night again today, and she said she wasn't sure. I told her that if she sees the boy again, that I want her to go wake up Mommy and have Mommy call me. She promised me that she would. I kissed her good night and finished tucking her in. I decided not to tell Stacy about the conversation and hoped that everything would be okay while I went to work. In a few hours, I was back across the bridge, starting my shift. I certainly was grateful to not have the kind of boss who lurked over my shoulder, seeing as how I checked my phone every few minutes to see if I had any calls or text coming in. Nothing. Goodness. I mean, you could just have the vibrate setting on, have it in your pocket, and then you'd know. But I guess some people can't keep it in their pockets. 3 a.m. rolled around, and I still hadn't heard anything from my wife or my daughter, so I could only imagine that things were okay. Suddenly, there was an announcement overhead through the speakers, letting me know that I had a call waiting for me in the main warehouse office. I ran as fast as I could through the building, finally slamming the door behind me before taking the call. Stacy, is everything okay? Stacy, I yelled into the phone without thinking. Daddy, it's Lily, said the small voice on the other end of the line. Why are you screaming? Lily, baby, where's Mommy? How did you get this number? Is everything okay? I couldn't figure out why my daughter would be calling me at 3 o'clock in the morning. But I had a million different possible hypothetical emergencies that could be going on back at home. Mommy is playing the game with the boy, Lily said. And this is the number you left on the fridge in case of emergency. So I called because you told me to have Mommy call you when I saw the boy. But she can't call you because she's playing right now. Lily, listen to me, sweetie, I said, trying to remain calm. I need you to give the phone to Mommy right now, okay? I can't, Lily said, matter-of-factly. She is playing with the boy, and she isn't here anymore. She got up and left with him. She followed him out the front door. Out the front door, I said louder. Lily, where is your mother? I need to speak with her right now. She left with the blue-eyed boy. Ooh, what did I tell you? He's definitely a blue-eyed boy. They are off playing hide-and-go-seek. He said he would be back to play with me later, but I told him I wanted to ask my daddy first. Lily, stay in the house, lock the door, and wait for me to get home, I shouted. Do you understand me? Stay in the house. Lily agreed as I hung up the phone, crashing it hard onto the desk. That sounds destructive. I ran to my boss, told him that I had an emergency and needed to go home. What normally takes 90 minutes took about 70 as I tore down US 50, praying there wouldn't be any police officers to pull me over this early in the morning. I called the police to have someone check the house, but by the time they got there and had searched, I was pulling up in the driveway. Lily stood with an officer wrapped in a blanket like a trauma survivor. Wow, they took a long time to get out there. And with a young child alone in the house, that's a little messed up. I told them they weren't allowed in, Daddy, just like you said, she said, running up to me. It's okay, they're police officers. You know police officers are good guys. Now where's Mommy? Lily didn't say a word. I repeated my question to her, but she just pointed out to the woods behind the house where I was able to see flashlights circling around. I turned to the police officer behind my daughter and asked if they knew anything about where my wife was, and they all assured me that they were searching for her. There was no sign of a struggle or a forced entry, and it seemed as if my wife had just gotten up and left. I ran through the entire house, but found nothing of my wife. Everything that belonged to her was untouched. The officers were right. Not a trace of anything suspicious. Just no wife. Once the police had gone, promising to be back with the dogs when the sun came up, I sat with my daughter on the couch and asked her to tell me everything that happened. She said the blue-eyed boy had come into her room and placed his finger over her lips. She said that he and Mommy were going to go into the woods and play hide-and-go-seek, and that if she was good and quiet, that he would come back and play with her too. She said she watched Stacy head down the stairs with the boy, and she heard the front door open. She watched Stacy walk towards the woods for a moment before calling me. Shortly after, the police showed up, followed by me. We never found Stacy. The dogs searched high and low, and so did many wonderful townsfolk that none of us had ever really met. Lily and I did many news interviews and talked to lots of reporters, but in time, everything went back to normal. People forgot, except Lily and I, and the police said that they had done all they could. They think that Stacy must have run off, but I knew that wasn't the case. I tried to convince them to keep searching the woods, but they said they could find nothing. A year after, I packed up everything and moved Lily and myself back towards the mainland, closer to my job. It was terrible having to shift around hours and struggle through schedules, but the two of us finally got a routine down and that worked even without Stacy. It breaks my heart knowing that she might be out there somewhere, but I have no way of knowing where she is. Lily doesn't understand it all yet, and I don't know how I'm going to have to explain it all to her. Explain that there couldn't have been some little boy, and that he couldn't have led her into the woods. She won't believe me when I say it was all a dream. However, as of yesterday, I don't think I believe it was a dream either. I woke up in the middle of the night to a bump down the hall. As I looked up, I saw my daughter slowly walking towards the stairs, past my bedroom door. I stepped out and grabbed her, and she looks at me as if I had awoken her from a trance. I asked her what in the world she was doing, and she told me all that she could remember was the boy coming back and telling her that it was her turn to play. I think that's the end. Yep, that's the end of that story. So we're still at 7 viewers. How's everyone doing? I don't know who's all on here and who's lurking, but that was the end of Graveyard Shift. I think we are at... Oh, good, I'm glad you're well. I'm glad you're still doing well. We are at 3.5 hours, and my voice is getting a little tired. Alright, I think we're going to... Oh, I'm on here, by the way. I'm just playing something, so this is in the background for me. Okay. Looks good. We're at 9 viewers. We're at 9 viewers. Oh, okay. My screen was wrong. Alright then. If you guys want me to read one more, I'll read one more. Otherwise, how long is this one? Let me see how long it is real quick. That's not too bad. Okay, this one's about 10 pages, just slightly. It takes a while to update. Yeah, okay. All right, well, if there's that many people in here, I might as well read one more. Okay, you guys will get one more out of me. I'm taking a drink first, though. Oh no, it's empty. Okay, I have to refill my drink real quick as it falls over. Okay, so the next story that's coming up is Drip. Okay, Stumpkin, do it. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it because you guys are great. My throat's just a little dry. Okay. Oh, not that one. I'll spill that one. Why are you like this? Okay. Okay, next story is Drip. It's a little shorter than the last one, so that'll be pretty easy to do. I walked towards Mr. Samuel's room with a syringe of calorie mush that I intended to squeeze directly into his stomach. This was the second and final time I had to do it for the day, seeing as how he was on a pretty regular schedule of it, and though he was pretty frail at this point, he still only got essentially 2 meals every 24 hours. They were heavy meals, though. The way he had to take his food was rather disgusting, especially if you weren't used to seeing this kind of thing. There was a direct line, a tube, if you will, running from his stomach through his skin, which had a cap that I could place the syringe into. Once the syringe was in place, I would be able to slowly squeeze the yellow gobby mess into his abdomen, allowing him to not starve to death, seeing as how feeding himself was no longer an option. He hadn't fed himself in months, not since the accident. Mr. Samuels, the bastard that he was, relied on the doctors and nurses to keep him alive, along with the aid of the morphine drip, calorie intake, braking apparatus, and other various tools. It was a waste of medical funding, if you ask me. I had been at this job now for about 6 years, and to be perfectly honest, it has never really gotten any easier. Not for 1 second. That isn't to say that we don't have lighter days. These blessings come when we don't have people coming through the ER with some life-threatening shit. A spike through the head, which, yes, I have seen. A gunshot wound through the chest, a suicide failure, or a child with no hope left. Those were the worst. There was nothing I hated seeing more than a little boy or girl who has been in and out of here more times than any human could ever deserve, receiving painful treatments for diseases we don't have cures for, and more or less are just waiting to die before they even see their 10th birthday. Oh, that's so sad. When I was just starting out, I spent many, many nights in the on-call rooms, crying my eyes out, thinking about what it would be like if that child getting the chemotherapy was my baby girl, only 7 years old. Those poor families. Those poor, poor kids. It never gets easier. Never. But then there are people like Mr. Samuels. He is the type who could rot in that bed, or on the floor for all I could care. One of the hardest things to stay true to as a nurse, in my experience, is that you have to treat each and every person without any sort of bias, no matter who or what they are. They are alive, and it is your job to keep them alive. Period. End of conversation. Even if you don't think they deserve it. Like Mr. Samuels. This distaste for Mr. Samuels is shared by many, if not all, the care staff here at the hospital. It is in no way just my own personal opinion. This man deserved to die when that pickup truck smashed in the driver's side of the door of his little sedan. He deserved to be pinned between the grill of the fender, who admittedly was at fault for running the red light, and the rubber of his center console. I think we all would have loved to see him slammed so hard in his seat that they would have buried him with the Ford logo permanently pressed into his forehead. But he survived, unfortunately. Mr. Samuels killed about a dozen little girls. He was Jeremiah Samuels, or what the media referred to as the Smoking Phantom, after one of the parents claimed that the little girl's room smelled of stale cigarettes the day she went missing. I find it interesting because from what we can tell, Mr. Samuels never smoked, at least not recently. Mr. Samuels was sick, disgusting, and a vile human being. He was left unconscious, thrown into a serious coma as soon as his little vehicle was struck. I'm sure it did plenty of mental damage, and for all we know, Mr. Samuels isn't really even there anymore. Not in his head or able to comprehend the world at all, but we don't know for sure. One of the police officers who surveyed the scene after the fact found Mr. Samuel's wallet in front of the seat of the wreck. They used the ID, which was, in fact, correct, to go back to his house. Upon entering, they found a terrifying display of inhumanity beyond what they could have imagined. The furniture was draped in skin. Oh, we've got an Ed Gein here. Dried out and stretched like a fine leather, but cracked, obviously showing Mr. Samuel's less than professional tanning abilities. There were tiny bones in candy dishes, and inside fish bowls, where he kept many beautiful orange goldfish. The home smelled of rot and decay. The rest of the bodies were found later that week under the floorboards of the dining room, laid out in perfect little rows. There were parts of 13 little girls in that house. 13 little girls who had been missing for months. 13 little girls that the town had searched high and low for, but to no avail. 13 little girls who could finally go back to their families to be buried like decent human beings. But their murderer lived, only barely, but alive nonetheless, and it was my job to make sure he stays that way. Ugh, would not want that job. The evening was chilly but clear. I liked having the night shifts at the hospital, if I could get them. That way I could be home before my daughter goes off to school, and I could tuck her in if... Oh, there's a typo there. If she actually went to bed on time. It says he, but it's definitely supposed to be a she because it's her daughter. I know my husband often let her stay up after I left the house. He saw it as their little father-daughter bonding time. I always give him shit about how she's going to be grumpy at school when he does that, but I actually don't mind it too much. It is cute in a way, I suppose. The night shift had a lot to offer. The rooms were often much more quiet, and besides the occasional scream-inducing injuries rushing in through the ER, it wasn't too bad if you could tolerate the hours. In my position, it involved mostly just checking on the patients and caring for the folks who needed my attention. But that first time I saw him was a night that I don't think I could ever forget. I specifically recall walking towards trauma, where Mr. Samuels was kept, and the halls were silent. Ooh, you startled me. Lick a lot of is now following. Oh, thank you. Thank you for following. I hope you're enjoying the story. Let's see. Lost my spot. Prometheus. Yay. Oh, thank you, Prometheus. Where was I? Okay, here we go. I paused for a minute to take it in and tried my hardest to find any slight beeps or buzzes from the machines, but was happily unsuccessful. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Thank you. We're on our last story for the evening, but we've still got a ways to go. It only just started. To be able to absorb the moment, I found a tight wooden bench up against one of the walls and had a seat. No more than 15 seconds had passed when I looked up to see this child. We've got another young boy here. A boy around my daughter's age, maybe a bit older, standing at the edge of the hallway. He looked tired and worn, and his clothes seemed more ragged than I would have expected. I would be lying if I said that didn't make me jump, maybe even let out an audible gasp. The boy stood and stared at me from down the hall, pale as a ghost, with blue crystal-like eyes. Yep. Even from 50 feet away. I think the author can relate to those big blue eyes because he does have big blue eyes. So it kind of makes sense. I laughed for a second to myself, understanding how silly I must have looked to this boy, jumping like I did. I stood to my feet and made my way over to him. He didn't move a muscle. This kid must have been one of the leftover kids from visiting hours. This wouldn't be the first time that a child has fallen asleep in a room while visiting Grandma or Grandpa, only to wake up well after the time they should have been gone. He is certainly young for such a situation. One could have only imagined that his parents would have been worried, but it was not my place to judge. I didn't know the kid's story. I didn't know if he had parents or a grandparent or why he was here. He very well could be a lost patient from the 6th floor, where many of the other children are, who happen to prefer his outdated attire to the standard hospital gown. I wouldn't really blame him for that. I hate those gowns. All I knew was that he definitely was not supposed to be in this hallway, and with me being the only one around, I should take him back to where he belongs. "Hey, little guy," I said to him, smiling, dropping to one knee as I got close. "You lost?" The boy shook his head and grinned eerily. I waited for him to speak, but he didn't seem as though he had any intent to, so I asked him again. "Are you lost, bud? Can I help you find someone?" He shook his head, silent. "Okay, well, I'm going to need you to come with me, please. We should get you downstairs before someone sees you. You definitely shouldn't be on this level. There are a lot of sick people here, and we don't want you getting sick or die." I didn't know how to respond to his statement. It sent chills through me, hearing this child talk so casually about death. His voice was soft, but cold. Strong and sharp like the way the wind feels on your face in December. He was an incredibly uncomfortable child to be around, and standing near him made you feel like you were cast deep into some shadow, someplace completely absent of joy. Yeah, I replied. "Why don't you come with me?" "He's a bad, bad man," the boy said, looking me directly in the eyes. "He is a bad man, and he doesn't deserve someone nice like you. No, certainly not someone like you." I felt as though I could have swallowed my tongue. I shook my head, attempting to wake up from whatever dream this was, but no relief came. The boy stood. He still stared. He still waited for my reply. "I don't think I know what you're talking about, little man," I said, trying to sound more confident than I was. I went to put my hand on his shoulder to help guide him forward, but he stepped to the side, turned, and faced me once again. You know what he did, the little boy said. You and everyone else around here knows what happened to all of those little girls. You're talking about Mr. Samuels, I assume. Jeremiah is a horrible human being, and he needs to be stopped, the boy answered. He has been stopped. He can't hurt anyone else anymore. I promise. Now, if you don't mind, I really do need you to go back downstairs so we can find your... He hasn't been stopped. He hasn't gotten what he deserved, and you know that. Why haven't you done anything about it? I stopped to try to figure this kid out. I scanned him up and down to see if he had a bracelet on, or maybe even a monitoring device. It was apparent that this kid was sick and in need of some serious mental health aid. Mental health aid? Yeah, that's what it says. My impulses wanted to call security and maybe another nurse, but the thought of him being carried off made my heart hurt. He was a strange little boy, and he frightened the hell out of me. But he was a little boy nonetheless. I didn't want to see him dragged off, even if he was a fucking whack job. That's what the book says. Mr. Samuels is never going to wake back up. At least, not that we know of. And if he ever does, he will never see the light of day again. I don't know why we are having this conversation, but you need to get back downstairs right now, or else I'm going to have to call security. Do you understand me? The door opened behind me, and I twisted my head around to see who it was. One of the older nurses, a heavy woman in her 50s, came through the double doors carrying a clipboard, reading while walking. Her hair, held stiff with spray, sat on her head like a helmet. Ooh. As she waddled into the hall, I saw my chance to call for her. She looked up from the clipboard, not amused. Can you please help me get this young man down to the lobby so we can find his parents? She did not respond, but rather shook her head at me and went back to her clipboard. She made her way around me, and to my surprise, the boy was gone. Go get some sleep, dear. The blimpish woman said. Yeah, that's so mean. The blimpish woman said, I think these hours may be getting to you. But before you do, peek in and check on your patient. Samuels, right? She leaned in close to me and began to whisper, between you and me, I don't understand why they won't just let that asshole die, you know. If anyone deserves it, it's him. Alright, I'm gonna get a quick drink. My poor throat. Alright. Check this over here. Alright, sorry about that. A week had gone by, and Mr. Samuels still kept on ticking. We had 4 other individuals pass away that week, which was a rather high amount. There's that number 4 again. It's everywhere. Everywhere in this book. Everything in that I read always has the number 4 somewhere. It's just a coincidence, but it's still amusing to me. Even for this ward, in a week's time. But none of them were Mr. Samuels. Oh, we have a guest. Come on up. Come on. Come here. Come on. Okay, it took him a while, but it looks like my kitty's finally joining. I don't know if he's going to come onto my lap. Come on. Come on. Come on up. Come on. I don't know if you can hear him chirping, but he's talking. Come on. Come on. Come on up. Yeah, come on. There we go. Okay, say hello to everyone. Hello, everybody. This is Kasaba, my sweet little kitty. He's come to join us for story time. Yeah, say hello. And yes, he is wearing a sweater. Stumpkin, meow. Oh, see, people are talking to you. They love you. You're a good boy. He's a little sweetheart. He loves his mama. I think he was getting fed upstairs. That's why he wasn't joining for a while. Here you go, baby. Oh, okay. All right, he's off. No. No, you have to wait for me to finish. I'll give it to the sick fuck. He simply would not go into the great light. At this rate, I felt I would be giving up the ghost before he did. He was going to outlive all of us in this stinking place. And I'd bet he was saving up any energy he had left in that wrinkled, decrepit body just so he smiles knowing that he stuck it out longer. I thought about that little boy over and over again. I asked the other nurses who were on duty that evening, and none of them said they had seen a little boy, or anyone for that matter, in the ward, especially after hours. I asked the staff from the earlier shift, and they told me pretty much the same. There was no boy present that evening, and I was slowly going insane. I tried to let my days float by without thinking about him, but there was no victory in it. I needed answers. I wish I hadn't sought them out. About 2 weeks after the first incident, Mr. Samuels still breathed. And I was still doing these late nights. I carried the calories to Mr. Samuels and sat looking at him, wondering why he did all of the terrible things he had done. I wondered how a man could have been so sick. I wondered if someone had hurt him. I tried to feel a sense of pity for this dying creature on the bed, but I struggled to think of anything besides the fact that he, more than anyone else in this hospital, deserved to die. I reached up and touched the man's hand, creeped out by the idea of him waking up or moving, which I knew was impossible. Oh, little kitty emoticons. He's still in here. He's behind the camera screen, just lying on the floor staring at me. And I don't think the mic is going to pick it up, but he's yelling at me too. He's telling me to wrap it up, Mom. So impatient. Don't do that, said a voice behind me, causing me to scream out loud and drop the clipboard that sat on my lap. I turned around quickly to find the boy standing in the room with me, watching me reach for the gray man's palm. If he was still alive, you would be regretting that. See, cats almost have an uncanny ability to avoid the camera, right? At least when you want them on camera. If you're well into the whatever it is you're doing, they'll make it a point to invade the background. Or last time he kept blocking the book, so he made it hard for me to read. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Yeah, I'm talking about you. You need to stop doing your job, the boy said calmly. Just stop and send him to hell, for all of us. Oh, I think I skipped a little bit, sorry. What the fuck are you doing back here? Who the fuck are you? And how the fuck did you get here? I said to the child with an angry whisper, trying to conceal the noise as to not draw attention. And what do you mean if he was still alive? He is alive. Trust me, I know it's my job to keep him alive. And then, here's the quote. You need to stop doing your job. Just stop, send him to hell, for all of us. Us? I asked the child. Are you one of the kids I thought it was just girls. He never touched me, replied the boy. But if he did, would you feel better about killing him? I'm not killing anyone. Just look at it as a favor to everyone. Think about it. I'm calling security. I reached up to hit the red emergency button that hung over Mr. Samuel's bed. It wasn't the button for security, but rather that connected to the nurse's desk. And when a man in a coma hits the nurse's call button, it was bound to send people running to the bedside. One time I was petting my cat, but she was just out of frame, and it looked like I was violating, oh no. And saying, I swear I have a cat, it just seemed more sus. Fortunately, I wasn't live. I mean, at that point, you can just, I don't know how friendly your cat is, but you just kind of pick them up, make sure they're visible on the camera, put them back. I mean, mine's pretty agreeable to being moved around for the most part, so usually I can pick him up, display him, put him back in a spot, and he'll just stay there. Usually. He might complain, though. Like he is now. The boy took a step towards me. I sunk into my chair, waiting for someone to come crashing through the door. I hit the button again. Nobody came. He stepped closer. I hit the button again. Nobody. The boy was standing directly in front of me as he leaned in and whispered in my ear. They aren't going to come. No one is going to come. And I blacked out. She doesn't really like it. She sometimes tolerates it, maybe. Oh, okay. That's very sweet of you to consider her likes and dislikes. I think he likes just being handled in general, so I have no problems picking him up. I woke up, drenched in my own sweat, the room dark and dusty. See, besides, more often than not, I adore when she chooses to grace me with her presence, so I try not to annoy her too much. That's understandable. You know, the cats are definitely a gift, and their presence is most certainly also a gift. Let's see. I looked around the room, trying to focus on anything within eyesight, but much of the area was blurred by the dust that sifted up through the beams of sunlight coming through the cracks in the blinds. I heard a rustling sound, like someone moving items around in a junk drawer. The sound of metal tinking? Yeah, metal tinking filled the air. I see movement from the hallway as a figure shadows the door. It was Mr. Samuels. Oh, jeez. No. He slowly makes his way in and doesn't seem to notice me sitting there. He looks right past me as he drags his feet towards the wall behind me. He doesn't gaze at me as he passes. Something is shining from his hand. As he goes around me, I hear a muffled voice, weak and terrified. I craned my neck to see what was happening and almost vomited at the sight. Behind me lay a bed, stripped of all hygiene and cleanliness. There are no sheets on the bare mattress, which is filled with holes and dark stains. There above it stood Mr. Samuels. Upon it lay a young girl no older than 8 or 9. He lifted the shiny object from his hand, now quite obviously a blade, as it pierced through, one of the beams of light entering the room. I saw the little girl stir. I closed my eyes and screamed. What? You're not going to try and stop him? What? For shame. Mr. Samuels didn't make it through the night. It was a somber moment, but not in pity. I think people were just happy that it was finally over. The ape was dead, as it were. As expected, nobody looked much into the death. There was no autopsy. He was just a dead old man with no family or questions left unanswered. I was sitting by his bed when he went. I was sitting there next to a little boy with bright blue eyes as I pinched Mr. Samuel's morphine tube and dumped his calorie meal down the sink. Oh wow, that one was actually a lot shorter than I expected. That went by quick. Alright, how are we doing, everybody? I know I said one more, and that was the one more, but I might be willing to do another if you guys want another, because I am just, you know, that kind of person. I think the next one might be shorter. Let me check real quick. Let's see. I'm here as long as you are here. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. And that's why we're probably going to be friends until the day we die. Oh my goodness. That one gets really long. Okay, this one actually might be a very long one. 13 pages. Yeah, just about 13 pages. Alright, give me just a second. Check this over here. Yeah, sorry if the leather's making noise on this chair. Everything's loud in this room. It's all loud. Okay. Prometheus says, great stream, doing great. I'm going to try to sleep. Hope everyone has a great night. Thank you, Prometheus. Thank you so much for coming by. I know I just keep reading. It's been 4 hours and I'm still reading. But thank you. Thank you so much for coming by. How many do we have left in the room? Because if we only have a couple people left, we could probably wrap it up and then just save the story for my next one. But if we still have a fair amount of people, 8. Oh, you're amazing. Go you. Oh, you're amazing. You're amazing, Prometheus. You are. Hush. You're very nice, man. All right, we've got 8. I could probably do another one. Black Metal Werewolf. Oh, Black Metal Werewolf. Oh, thank you and welcome. Oh, hello. I'm guessing you want to hear another story? Alright, okay. There's enough people here. I can do one more. Night, great people. Good night, Prometheus. Sleep well. Get some good rest. Hopefully I don't kill my voice tonight. We'll do one more soap. Alright, I said one more story about the last 2 stories, but this time I actually mean it. Just one more story. Okay. This one's called 24 Hours, which is probably how long I'm going to end up reading if I keep this pace. The sun burned down the fog that covered the cemetery with a pink hue that morning. The light sat like a puddle, cradled in place with the trees that surrounded the open field of plots which rolled on into the distance, far beyond what Christy could see. The water that collected in her eyes hadn't yet been wiped away by her sleeve as she sat on the cold grass, or rather, what was left of it, spaced scarcely across the dark dirt left from the boot stomps that elongating standing from the crowds that had come to see the little girl that lay under Christy's feet. Oh, so it's a funeral. Let's see, Germ. Any inspiration from Wolves in the Throne Room? No. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm totally just reading your conversation. Her name was Robin, or at least that is what the stone slab read. Robin G. Firth, 2009 to 2015. Oh, so young. Beloved daughter, granddaughter, and friend. God bless you, sweet angel. And a picture behind the curved glass, already scuffed from the oils off the thumbs of folks whose eyes were just as teary as Christy. Okay, whose eyes were just as teary as Christy's. There's a typo in there. Robin was very well loved, and will be very well remembered. Christy knew this, and it brought her comfort. Christy moved her purse from her shoulder to the ground, staying silent to maintain reverence, even though she knew that there would be no other visitors. Not this early. Not on a Tuesday. Unlike her, most folks had normal jobs. Most folks didn't rely on the tips of well-fed patrons of a run-down Eastern Shore 24-hour diner to supply their rent, utilities, car payments, cell phone, gas, food, and what little else they could possibly need. Not want, but need. Want wasn't an option. This job, the one worked until the wee hours, left Christy with the perfect opportunity to visit Robin alone, well before the crowds that would come in the evening, the sound of youthful death still ringing in their ears. Reaching down into her burgundy handbag, Christy feels for the smooth wooden handle. Wrapping her fingers around it brings upon the reality of the situation. It is heavy in her hand. The dull steel doesn't shine in the morning light. She takes a moment to inspect the weapon, to really look over its finer details. What a great piece of machinery it is. No engine, no fuel, just a combination of working parts that were set off by the manual pulling of a trigger. There was a sort of romance in that to Christy. There was truly something beautiful about the revolver that lay over her palm. She slid her forefinger over the trigger, just like she had seen in all the movies. This was the only reference she had to the machine's use. She had never fired a gun. She has never loaded one. Thank God for common sense, or she would have never gotten the bullets in. Common sense and the internet. Maybe that would be what was written on her stone if someone had made one. Christy Goodright, 1985 to 2015. Thank God for common sense and the fucking internet. Christy squeezed her bottom 3 fingers, feeling just how hard the wooden grip was. For such a cheap weapon, one cheap enough that even she could afford, mind you. The details of this weapon were rather impressive. The engravings followed the grain of the wood and were certainly not hand-carved. One could only imagine the equipment pumping these things out by the dozens. The handles, that is, not the guns. The guns are surprisingly hard to get in Maryland, which Christy found out when being turned away from purchasing one from a pawn shop. Even the sleaziest of traders followed the law when it came to guns. Period. The handle warmed up in her fist, and she started to grow more comfortable with her decision. She felt her bicep tighten, along with her chest, as she slid the gun between her teeth. The barrel wasn't very long, maybe only an inch or so. So she felt that holding the weapon steady with the dull enamel would make for more of a successful attempt. It felt like biting down on a spoon, very unnatural, and not what she was expecting. She took 2 deep breaths, knowing that she would pull the trigger on the 3rd. 1, 2. The trigger made a clicking noise as the stone feeling went from Christy's throat to her stomach. She opened her eyes, expecting heaven, maybe hell, but either way, disappointed to see the hills of the graveyard still before her, her feet now deeper into the soil from the pressure she was emitting. She failed. The gun failed. The ammo failed. Something failed. Something went wrong. Again. Breathe. 1, 2, and nothing again. Just the small, disappointing click. She looked down the barrel and into the chambers of the revolver to be sure that she had loaded all 6 bullets into the weapon. She had. She counted them out loud, just to be sure. One more time, her ivory met the steel. She counted, in her head, once more. 1, 2. She felt a pain in her teeth as the metal jolted away from her mouth. She dropped to one knee, smacking her hand over her lips and touching her teeth to see if any were broken. The gun lay on the ground directly in front of the dirt pile before the stone. Christy looked up to find a man dressed well enough to be at a church, rubbing his large muscular hand. "What the devil is wrong with you, young lady?" he asked Christy, dragging his thumb across his palm to soothe it. "Are you simple or something?" Christy, realizing there was no damage done to her teeth, stared at him wildly. She didn't know what to expect. She didn't know if she understood. Had she died? Was this what the world is like when you're gone? Was this man God? Christy came to her feet and took a small step away from the man, brushing off his fine blue jacket before pulling the sleeve of his shirt so that it was sneaking out just a little from under the cuff of the smooth navy. "Who are you?" Christy asked, now visibly shaking in the presence of this man. "How's your mouth?" he replied. "I'm sorry, what?" "Your mouth. Did you break any teeth? Open up and let me see." Without knowing why, Christy opened her lips and bared her teeth for the man to see. He reached forward, forcibly grabbing her jaw, moving her head from side to side and then up and down. He used his thumb to pull down her bottom lip, exposing her gums, which were speckled with blood. He pulled his fingers across the inside of her mouth and let go of her. He pulled a cloth from his breast pocket and used it to wipe the crimson from his thumb. That could have gone a whole lot worse, so you know. "Your mouth hurt?" Christy nodded, her cheeks tightening into an embarrassed scowl, like a little girl being yelled at for making a mess. Just think how much it would have hurt if the gun had actually gone off. Christy's head lifted, and she expressed her confusion. "You mean it didn't?" "Young lady, are you stupid or something? Don't answer that. I can assume from you actually putting a loaded weapon in your mouth that you must be some kind of stupid. Of course it didn't. You'd be dead, or worse. You'd be alive, but a whole world of hurt, like you couldn't even imagine." "Who the fuck are you? I'm not stupid. You don't know anything about me. You don't know what I do, or what I've done, or what could ever be worth putting a bullet in the back of your throat. You're right. I like breathing without a tube. I like speaking. I like thinking for myself and being able to walk and pick things up and be somewhat productive in my life. So no, I don't know what would be worth discharging a firearm in my mouth. In my world, nothing is worth that. And it should be the same for you." "Don't you judge me," Christy yelled, followed by an immediate slumping of her shoulders as she took another step away. "You can't judge me." "And why not?" the man asked her. "Because you're not God." The man smiled and folded his hands in front of him. He looked up to the sky and let out a deep few bursts of laughter. This sent chills down Christy's spine. "I'm not God?" he asked. "No, you're not. I know God, and you know God? Well, good gracious, please forgive me, I beg. You know the Almighty, the Alpha, the Omega. You know the holiest of hosts and the King of the heavens and earth. You know him so damn well, yet you still chose to trade this life for damnation? Don't feed me that bullshit. I don't want to hear it. I can judge you all I want. I don't know God, or you don't know God, and I could very well be God to you. So are you God? Don't be stupid again, young lady. Use your brain." Christy stood silent, still waiting for her answer. The man sighed and put his hands into his pockets. "I'm not God," he told her. "And you're not dead. Just confused. Very confused. And lucky that I was here to keep you from that." The man scoffed slightly at the gun on the ground. "Well, I would say thank you, but I think you can understand that I would really like to be alone right now. I just need some time to... I'm not going to give you that time." Let's make that clear right now. Excuse me? The man smiled again. I'm not going to give you the time. I simply won't. I'm not going to leave. You have to leave. I want you to leave me alone. No, I don't. I'll call the police. And tell them what? That man is forcibly keeping me from committing suicide, and that they should arrest me on the grounds that I wouldn't let you send your tongue flying out of the back of your head? I don't think they'll bite, if you ask my opinion. Fucking leave, I'm serious. Or what? Christy bent over and, with a trembling hand, pointed to the gun at the man, who never flinched, or even merely reacted in any way that she would have liked him to. He was a stone, stoically staring at her, lacking fear. I swear to God, I'll kill you right where you stand, Christy hollered at him. Oh, you will, said the man, taking a step towards the extended firearm. You went from suicide to murder just like that? Well then, you best hurry up. Get it out of the way now. Best hope the rest of those bullets work, seeing as how the first two were just so successful. Christy put the gun to her own head, her hair tangling around the short-barreled iron sight. Her eyes filled with water as she bared her teeth once again, this time not voluntarily. Go, she yelled. Go or I'll do it. But even if I leave, you'll still do it. What do I have to gain? Or lose, for that matter? What is there for me? What do you want from me? Christy cried. Why are you doing this? I only want what is best for you. Put down the gun, and let's have a little talk, shall we? That sounds nice. An easy little chat. Come on now, hand it over. Christy removed the gun from her head, pulling out a few strands of her brown hair with it. Oh, that sounds unpleasant. The man pinched the hairs as he retrieved the weapon from her shaking hand. Who are you? Christy asked. No more games. Answer the question. My name is Walter. And yours? Christy. Nice to meet you, Christy. Why did you stop me? Why are you here? Walter put the revolver on the grave where it was dropped before. He nudged it away with his shiny black shoe, which he promptly brushed off with the back of his hand, bending over at the waist. I don't want to see anyone else go. I've seen a bit too much in my time. Same here, which is why I really need to do what I need to do. And I really need for you to please leave me to it. It is my cross to bear, damn it. Let me have this. Let me make peace. Can I tell you a story? I'm not a child. I never said you were. Now may I please tell you a story? Only if you leave afterwards. Let me see, do I still have a drink? Yes, I do. Walter stared at her, expressionless for a moment, contemplating her counteroffer. Fine. I can make that deal, he said. Do you want to sit? No. Fair enough. Then I shall begin. You see, I didn't always have a whole lot. That is to assume I have a whole lot now, which I very well may not. You dress like you have enough. Or a lot, said Christy, interrupted. The suit can make the man, Walter replied. No matter what anyone else tells you, you have no idea whether I live in a mansion or a cardboard box. You know that I have one good suit at my disposal, and that is all. You take care of it really well for someone who might live in a box. I take care of everything I have, Walter said. Now please, if I may. Sorry, Christy said, looking to the ground again. Go ahead. Thank you. As I was saying, my life wasn't always as grand as it appears. In fact, I'm even willing to tell you that it was quite the opposite. You see, my family did not come from much. We didn't have money, or a big house, or even enough clothing to put on all of the kids' backs before we went to school. My mom made us share our clothing and our toys and everything else that a child should have. All four of us, another four, all four boys, only a year or two apart from each other, all with different daddies, none of them ever around. We had to share one mom, one bathroom, one bedroom, one hope or dream to get out of this mess. And please believe that one hope split 4 ways is a pretty dismal thing. We didn't have a single thing that belonged to just one of us. My oldest brother was named Jeremy. He was a bright young man, very good at math. Numbers were kind of his thing, you see. I'm sure he would have done so well if he had ended up in college, but he didn't. My brother got himself a little girlfriend, and with that came the wanting to impress or do things nice with her, or for her, or whatever you want to call it. Mark that real quick. Now, a kid in our situation, even a bright kid like Jeremy, didn't have much to impress his girlfriend with. So Jeremy needed money. And how do young folk from our part of town get money? Drugs. Lots of them. Needless to say, he made that money, and he did all that... Oh, there's a typo. He did all that he could for that girl. And please believe that she still left him after a few months, just like every other girl at that age does. But now he had the money. And now he had the drugs. And now he also had a nice big red target sitting on his back whenever he would go out with all of his boys. And he had lots of boys, hard boys, tough boys, stupid boys, who didn't even begin to understand the things that my brother was capable of. And where there are stupid boys, there are stupid decisions. And my brother started making them just as quick as he was making that money. He started shooting up that dope shit, and before anyone could even tell him not to, he was strung out all the damn time. He never had a shot to get off of it. My mom put up with it for a little while. She was in denial, I think, but it wasn't long before even she got fed up with him. I remember this one time my brother started to OD in our bedroom, and I went and got my mama. I was maybe only 8 or 9 at the time, and remember her hearing me and sitting there, looking straight into the wall. It was like she was contemplating whether or not it was worth saving the life of her own son. I'll never forget her face. I pulled her arm and yanked at her wrist to try and get her to follow me down the stairs, but she absolutely wouldn't budge. Not an inch. Her mind was made up at that point, I think, and it wasn't in my brother's favor. I had to run outside and find one of my other brothers who was able to call the police, who got the ambulance there, who saved Jeremy's life. Barely. He couldn't move or speak or anything for quite some time. He was restricted to his chair, where he sat day in and day out, seeing as how his brain was so terribly fucked from the trauma. And my mother sat there with him, not looking at him, or talking to him, or anything, just sitting there with him, solemnly waiting for an explanation or something. Over time, my brother got better. Not fully, but he was able to do some things that he certainly couldn't right after the overdose. He could walk again, which was nice. Not very far, and not without his walker, but his legs sort of worked. He still couldn't use the restroom by himself. Either my brothers or I had to help him with that. Same thing with the feeding, which he often spit up. He could lift the fork a few times, but he would eventually get weaker and weaker as the meal went on. It was sad, and we knew he hated it. I don't tell you all of this to make you pity him, or me, or make you feel bad or something of that sort. I do have a point. You see, my brother was pretty conscious throughout his injury, including his recovery. He knew the stress he put on the family, and he knew the burden that he believed he was. He knew his own mother no longer wanted him or cared about him, and he knew his brothers would want to eventually go away and do something with themselves, if they could, seeing as how the hope was only split 3 ways now instead of 4. Women in games? What about women in games? I'll wait. When I came home one day from school, I noticed that nobody was home. I figured that my mom must have ran to the store, which worried me, because that would mean that she might have left Jeremy alone in our room. I run into the house to check on him, and when I get past the threshold, I see my brother turn his head. A revolver, quite like that, in his mouth, right before he blew his brains out all over the wall behind him. What is happening right now? Alright. I didn't get to say goodbye. I didn't get to hear him out, nor did he get to hear me. He gargled on the floor, writhing and seizing for about 3 or 4 minutes after the gunshot. He didn't try to talk. He didn't try to get up. He just laid on the floor, his finger still behind the trigger guard, staring at me. I didn't move an inch. I watched him die, and then sat out front, waiting for my mother to get home. Thank you, Stumpkin. Yeah, I don't know what those people were doing, but that was... yeah. People just spamming. That's so terrible, Christy said. I'm sorry for the loss of your brother. Aw, thank you. I really do appreciate that. I don't even understand what they were trying to do. But okay. It's okay. That was a long, long time ago, Walter replied. But you can change things around now. Christy looked between Walter and the gun, and the tears still settling in her eyes. Trolls be trolling. Yeah, I guess so. I don't think I can, she said. I don't think I can help it. Please don't get me wrong. I feel awful about your brother, and I really wish you all the best. You have my sympathy, but this needs to happen. There isn't any other alternative. I'm sorry, Walter. Yeah, that about sums it up. That's true. Oh, I'm glad I have an awesome moderator here to get rid of them quickly. You could just stay with me, Walter said to her, moving his hands behind his back. What did you say? Christy questioned. Stay with me. Come with me. Instead of doing this terrible, disgusting thing, why don't you come with me? I don't know. You don't know me. You're Christy. I'm Walter. We do know each other now. So come with me. Leave the gun there. Come on. What kind of sicko are you? Christy's voice raised as she backed away once again. Do you stalk the graveyard looking for vulnerable women? That's a sick fucking game. I don't want to take part in it. See, Drunk Elephant. Great makeup, mysterious lady. Oh, thank you, Drunk Elephant. That's very nice of you to say. Not at all. I'm just trying to give you an option. So come with me. What do you have to lose? You're going to kill yourself anyway, so what does it matter? Just give me 24 hours of your time. Hold on just a second. Okay, excuse me. That's it. 24 hours to prove that I am just a little bit better than hot lead through the skull. Okay. This is a little creepy, almost like some kind of weird marriage proposal. Creeping on a vulnerable woman, but okay. I don't think that's asking too much, do you? If you don't think I'm worth it after 24 hours, then I will let you come back here and drop you off anywhere in the world you'd like, and let you off yourself with one of my weapons, which I know actually work without fail. It'll get the job done real nice. All of that can be yours if you just give me 24 hours. Yeah, that's suspicious. Christy wrapped her hand around the back of her neck. She could feel the blood draining from her face now. She was beginning to calm down. Though the offer was ludicrous, the man had a point. What would she have to lose? She felt her gut twist, and the blood rushed back up to her body. No, I can't. You don't know the things I've done. You don't know who I've hurt and the lives I've ruined. You can be naive, sir, but I cannot. I simply cannot. Go. 24 hours. That's it. That's all. You don't know what I've done. You have no idea. Then maybe you need to tell me. I can be the judge of whether or not it's all worth it. You're not God, and you're no saint. So tell me what happened. Okay. Christy wiped her face with her sleeve and attempted to gain composure before taking a deep breath, trying not to continuously look at the gun still lying in the dirt. It started earlier this year, January 23rd to be specific. I have been going through quite a lot. I haven't been able to keep up with work, and that is, if I even have a job. Things in life were getting harder and harder. I was married young, but he left me without even telling me why. It was all a blur of black and gray. Everything I did was shadowed by this cloud of depression, and so I started drinking. And what was once a week turned into once a day. And then to the point of not being able to get through the day without booze. Whiskey, preferably. Jack Daniels. It's my favorite. So I drank and I drank. And I made terrible decisions, like the one I made on January 23rd. I needed to go out to the grocery store, I recall. I don't remember for what at this point, but honestly, that isn't even important. Not in the slightest. I just remember that I need to go out to the store. But with the snow, a lot of places had closed early that day. I knew one of the stores that was infamous for never closing, and though it was about 25 minutes from my house, I decided that I would be the only one on the road, most likely, and that my drinking wouldn't impair me too much. Oh no, I was hammered, stupid, shit-faced, and drunk. When I came to, I saw the other car on the highway, upside down. I couldn't see the driver. I assumed he or she was still in the car, but what I did see was the girl, a little girl, Robin G. Firth, lying out in the red snow in front of the car. The windshield was destroyed on the upside-down vehicle. The entire scene was a terrifying mess except my car. I knew I had hit them, or at least caused them to go off the road. I could feel the pain in my neck and my shoulders from the seatbelt. But I got scared. And I ran. There was no one there to see it all happen. There was no one there to testify that I was present. There was no one there to save the little girl, and the newspapers filled with her obituary the following day. I got away with it. No one ever knew it was me. I have to even the score, Walter. I have to even it all out. Robin deserves that. It's not up to you to even it all out, Walter said. It's really not. Christy stared at the gun and began to bawl, dropping to her knees in front of the revolver. Walter joined her on his knees. 24 hours, you said. Christy asked. 24 hours, or this? That's what I said, Walter replied. Christy threw herself against his shoulder, crying terribly. As she came up for a breath, she noticed the large scar that ran across the back of Walter's head. My God, Christy said, what happened to you? She ran her fingers over the cracked webbing of tissue that molded around Walter's bald skin. The scar took up much of the area behind his skull. January 23rd, Walter said. Earlier this year. A gunshot was heard for up to almost half a mile away, but only a few feet from the couple. A tiny giggle could be heard from a young boy with the brightest blue eyes. Okay, this bright-eyed boy has been in every single story. So I'm sensing a theme with this. But he's been in pretty much every story. All right. I think I'm finally going to wrap it up. We are roughly about not quite halfway through the book, so there's still some stories left to read. So I'll probably try to do, where's my bookmark? Another stream, maybe Saturday. I'm thinking about doing a gaming stream Thursday night and then doing another reading stream Saturday. And Cobra says, this has been great. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was enjoyable to read to you all. I appreciate all of you coming to watch. And Jerem, it was absolutely lovely spending the evening with you. It was lovely spending the evening with you. And thank you, Cobra, for the follow. Thank you, thank you. You guys have all been very lovely and very sweet and friendly. And I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Shout out again to Stumpkin for being an amazing moderator, and he streams as well. So if you want to check him out, that would be great. I love all of my friends. And thank you for the lovely time, Cobra. Oh, thank you. Okay, you guys are awesome. I will announce my next reading, and if you want to catch any of the earlier stories that I read, I will be posting a recording of this stream. Probably tomorrow, depending on how long it takes. This is like, oh my, we're over 4.5 hours in. Okay, well, hopefully it'll be tomorrow, but we'll see how long it takes for YouTube to process it. But I'll post links up for everybody. You can go to my link tree and just everything's there. It's everything in one place, so you don't have to worry about tons of links here. I'll put that in there for you. So everything's right there, easy to find. Thank you all for joining me, and I appreciate the company as I read. I'll be happy to do it again. Have a good night.